Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live! I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I barely got the new coffee goal set before the video started. I left a mess on my workbench from yesterday after Dave's stream, so I had to kind of clean it up. And before that, I went to Sheetz to get a smoothie, and the smoothie's already been consumed because they're small, and I was thirsty. But anyways, let's see who we have in the chat. I think I might have a first. We have Francois. Yay, I can watch it. We have Jesse, I8386SX. Hi, Jesse. And yeah, Francois says just in time. Jack says, something's happening to rescue me from my 5-hour layover. That's a first, at least that someone's admitted to. Also, if I were an airline, I would be charging for this rescuing you from your layover, but luckily I'm not an airline. We have Callan. Hi, Callan. We have GeoHam. Hi, GeoHam. Late for his early stream, yeah. Jack says, yes, the stream is early. Yes. Jesse says, I picked the right Monday to work from home. Yes, all right, so I have set the new coffee goal. I just had to, do it. And there's not even a description. In fact, I just typed things really quick and clicked submit, and then I realized the famous logo animation was playing. So, there we go. Let's see here. Oh, we have Dopaz. Hi, Dopaz. Welcome. All right, let me see here. Yes, I left quite the mess for myself. Let's see here. Channel announcements. I bought 520 pounds of gravel this morning. That was fun. And then I have spent, I don't know how long, looking for the hat that I wear when working outside so that I do not burn my ears and neck. I am still looking for that, therefore the gravel is in bags in my garage because I still haven't found that hat. This hat has no ear and neck protection. Yeah, I'll probably find that, right before I go to bed. Oh, I'm, redecorating a, awkward to mow and awkward to string trim piece of land between my driveway and in the, where my sidewalk angles. I think it was designed as a planter. My grandmother had given me some metal roosters that are outdoor. So I'm, 13 40-pound bags. So I might be off by a couple pounds. Anyways, so I got the fabric to lay down over the dirt. I got a tamper so I can tamp the dirt first, because at some point I want to put a planter to make it look nice, because flowers. And then I bought the gravel. It's, I think, technically marble chips or whatever they call it. And then I got the metal chickens and roosters. So, yeah, I spent a lot of the day trying to find my hat for working outside. And I have probably, yeah, I don't know. Actually, I was thinking of something like geraniums or something like that. Something that goes good in pots. Although not those ornamental evergreens that go in pots, because I never have been able to get those to grow properly. Something that, yeah, something that looks nice and goes in a flower pot. I'll think of something. I kind of thought geraniums, at least maybe for the first time around, assuming I'm not completely out of season when I plant them, because Grandma always seemed to have some growing, so I thought, she gave me the chicken, so maybe I'll plant some geraniums. But anyways, you all are probably here for other things, and I do. Oh, that's right. I had one correction to make. So I think it was last week. I had in Wheel of Regrets. I had opened an MFM controller. It was a 16-bit MFM controller, and I believe I made the statement that I thought it was an RLL controller because, well, I guess in my brain I thought, why would I buy an MFM controller? It dawned on me that is actually an MFM controller. I bought it because of the cables, not because of what the controller was. Topaz says geraniums are cool. Yes, they are. So anyways, that 16-bit RLL controller was actually an MFM controller. I made a mistake. And the only reason that I'm pointing that out is because it might be important here in a few minutes, because...
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Justin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
All right. Yes, sometimes I do have to make correcting statements. Jesse says, my sister would hang on every word regarding the chickens. Oh. Jack's asking the clarification, chickens in general or metal chickens? Anyways, this first item comes to us from an eBay seller in China. So, hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in China. Although, I don't think I have any viewers in China because, well, I don't know. Maybe I do. But if you are there, welcome. Now, what? Now, as to what this eBay seller was, well, this label's not going to tell me because that's the shipping label from Orange Connex. I bought it from the company that makes the T48 and T56 programmers. XG Eku or something like that. Anyways. The other day, you'll probably remember, I bought a new socket for my programmer, and no, I haven't already broken it again. You're probably thinking, wow, that's a small package here. Yeah. So we will unwrap it because they always professionally wrap it in saran wrap or whatever the generic brand is of the cling wrap they use. But I'm not too worried about it because it is not electronic per se, but I have, yes, a 48-pin ZIF socket. Yes, as I sometimes like to think to myself, they wrapped it in pro-static wrapping. Most people would use anti-static, they use pro-static. Professional static. In fact, if it got shipped to a radio station, the technician would be throwing it out the door faster than he can say, Anyways, yes, this is a 48-pin ZIF socket. Let's see those pins. Actually, the reason why I ordered this socket is because these are halfway decent sockets. And actually, this is a turned pin socket that they ship that the socket goes into. So the project that I am building that needs a 48-pin ZIF socket, and I'm going to count the pins to make sure that this is what I think it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Yep, it is a 48-pin socket. This is for an open source MCS 48 programmer. Thomas Armstrong sent me the PCB, and I finally got around to ordering the parts, and this was the last part that I was waiting on, so there we go. It's a 48-pin socket because the MCS 48 microcontrollers are 48-pin DIPs. And I think the total cost for this was like $17 or something like that. And that was like complete and total cost. Oh yeah, 17 and a half. Okay, I was close. Jack says, someone made an open source version of a cheap Chinese knockoff programmer. No, I think they made an open source program of the very expensive discontinued Intel programmer. But I digress. Oh, hi, Hardware Hacker. Welcome. All right. The next item comes to us from an eBay seller in some state. I forgot to look at what state they were from before I put the label on top of the shipping label to protect our identities. Actually, I can tell you momentarily. Oh, Arizona. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Arizona. Yeah, the cool thing about the programmer is it runs on an Arduino Mega. And I think it only does the MCS series of microcontrollers. And unlike most of the cheap programmers that have boost circuits that are not really effective, I think this one has a boost circuit that will probably get up to the required voltage for programming, which is like 21 volts. I don't think it does any other series of chips, though. But there were so many things that use the MCS 48. It might do the 51s as well. That it's fine. So this is one of my... yes. Let's see here. Yes, this was an auction item. And the winning bid on this was $6.50 plus $20 in shipping. And this is quite the hefty box. And you'll see why in a minute. Unless I open this and there's a brick in it, then I'll see why in a minute. All right, so far so good. I do not see a mini Scrab branded brick in here. All right. Ah. All right, we have a disc holder, which we will go through the discs in a moment, because I want to get to the items that are obvious. We have RAM Doubler 2, the manual. You didn't know you could double your RAM? Well, you can. I think this program actually did do more or less what it claimed to on the Mac. I think the Windows version was a placebo. We have Speed Doubler, which did actually do what it claimed to do on the Mac. Basically, they re-implemented, I think, Topaz says you can download RAM. No, actually, I believe the way it works is it, or at least one of the versions, I think it effectively implements virtual memory before Apple put it in the OS. So it's not really doubling your RAM. Although, I think it does some other tricks too. But I think if you look at what it claims to do, I think the Mac version actually more or less actually did achieve close to its claims. Yeah, I thought it did. Maybe it does memory compression. Maybe it was a. Oh, the PC version did that. Maybe it does do memory compression on the Mac. Speed Doubler, though, the way Speed Doubler works, it actually work. I'm thinking the disks for these are in here somewhere. They re-implemented some of Apple's OS routines. And so if you have Speed Doubler running, it runs them instead of Apple's routines. So it's got a more efficient copy file routine. I think it actually might have a re-implemented x86K emulator. And oh yeah, and well, I think those are basically the two things it does. So I think if you're running on a 68K, you only get the faster copying. But if you're running on PowerPC, you also get their faster emulator. 0.5 says RAM doubler did compression. All right, good to know. We have Retrospect Express. Oh, there's my serial number. I should probably... Yeah, I don't know. We have Star Trek 25th Anniversary, the manual, and the clue book. Ooh, that's cool. We have the cadet training manual. Oh, and cadet command codes. I don't know what these go to. Feel free to figure out what made me buy this at any point in the chat. We have Corel Word Perfect, includes crit lip art. And so far, these are only the manuals. No one... You know, I think they could have sent this media mail, and it probably would have qualified. We have Megaphone for Performa. Why does this look like a children's storybook? Except I think it's a manual. Jack says, Urban Legend says that Apple engineers were perplexed about how they were able to speed up copying in Finder, and it turned out the problem was that the Finder updated the progress bar way too often, which Speed Doubler patched. I could believe that. Ooh, we got OS 8.5 install manual. We've got MacLink Plus Deluxe. We have Stuff It Deluxe. We have a Canadian registration card for a Claris program. Well, it's nice to see someone registered something. Oh, we got registration, the Belgium registration card for Dance Retrospect. This is actually from someone that registered all their software. There we go. We got another Canadian Claris registration card. That's for ClarisWorks 5. This other one doesn't say what program. We have Quick Start for the Mac. Oh, fax modem and communications. Sundial. Stuff It Deluxe. Oh, that's the registration card. Gravis Firebird. Topaz says 120 hertz high refresh progress bar. Yeah, Jack says, let's fax something. Apple Resource Guide. Want the address of the most important person at Microsoft. So do we. Oh, another filled out registration card. Don't know what it's for. Oh, there we go. Finally, some floppy disks that I was ignoring. We'll get to those in a moment. macOS 8 installation manual. All right. The Quicken manual for special edition that came with Performas. PowerPoint user's guide. 2 of them. 0.5 says, I seem to recall it increased the buffer size of the copy process. It might have actually done both. Duke Nukem and Norton Antivirus. Note, he's not an actual medical professional. Probably why there's no stethoscope on him in this photo. Finally, a disc. Frankenstein, Through the Eyes of the Monster. For Mac. Oh, and... oh, there we go. Alright, so let's go through what discs we actually have. Alright, we actually have RAM doubler. And we've got speed doubler, and we have fax stuff. Nice. I think I think a bunch of these are archived, so I'm not probably going to be archiving much. We have PowerPoint for Macintosh and Power Macintosh. Yeah, I'll get right on installing this one. Wow, it's like 10 discs? No, it's more than 10 discs. 10, 9, 8, 12. Viewer 1. Let's see if I got all the discs. Oh, the yellow case is a nice one. Yeah, it is. All right, so 12. There's 11. 10, 9, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 6, 5. So I think I have all 12 discs here. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and PowerPoint Viewer. Nice! Wonder if Microsoft used special disk formatting with extended capacity on Mac like they did on PC. No, I don't think they did. Because they are marked 1.4 megabyte disks. I mean, theoretically they could have, because pretty sure they could have probably done some tricks, but there's the Gravis Firebird disk. I don't know what that is. Word links for personal computers using Macintosh, whatever that is. All right, we got the Color Style Writer 2400 install discs. Jack says, that's a risky little game. Whippass says, yeah, they didn't control the OS of the Mac ecosystem. I mean, I think the Swim chip in the Mac might have had some capability of doing more than it normally could, but then again, to your point, Microsoft didn't control the Mac ecosystem, so what's to say if they did find a way to reprogram the Swim chip to use higher density disks that Apple wouldn't just, like, undo it with a single OS update. Yeah, Dopass says, they knew their weird format disks would keep working on their own OS. Basically, since they, at that point, were probably really effectively controlling the platform. All right, and in the CD case, we have macOS 8.5. We've got the Macintosh Performance CD for the 6360 and 6400. And that's probably the restore disk for that Performa. We have Grolier Multimedia Encyclopedia for Macintosh, probably a bundled disk. There's the Now Touchbase and Datebook Pro. There's Quicken Special Edition. There's Norton Antivirus, Norton Utilities. Note, he's not wearing a stethoscope here either. We have MacLink Plus, Aladdin Stuff at Deluxe. Phone Disk Business. Oh, I bet this is going to be thoroughly useful these days. Adobe Photo Deluxe. All right, there we go. Starfleet Academy for Mac. There's discs 4 and 5. There's Duke Nukem 3D for Mac. There's Retrospect Express, so I'll get right on using that. We have Descent for Mac. And there we go. There's our Corel WordPerfect. Netscape Communicator 4 book. And Mac City Volume 253 Software of the Month Club. Oh, now that's neat. Huh. That might not be archived, but I'll have to actually check. It's one of those Software of the Month Club discs. Either that or it's just Apache. That would be boring. Interesting. All right. All that for $6.50 plus shipping. Hi, Tortle. Welcome. And hi, Jason. Welcome. Yes. I think that was a pretty nice little bundle for what I paid for it. What month is that SOMC disc? Yep, let me go look again. I didn't look close enough. All right. I will deal with these later, but let me get the Callan says Screamin' deal. I note having that Starfleet game on disc, that'll be cool. Although, unfortunately, I did not see the 25th anniversary game. I was hoping, because they had pictured the manuals, but I did not see that game. It wasn't in the eBay pictures, so it's not like they forgot to send it. I was just hoping that maybe they ran out of photos, and it might still be in here, but I guess not. Jack says, people carry some weird stuff through airports. Yes. Yes, they do. I was reading a news article today about someone who brought 200 HEB brand tortillas, and they were for sure someone from TSA was going to say something, and that probably isn't even anywhere close to really weird. I don't see a month on here. Mac City, Volume 253. Is the month maybe U80724-. I don't see a date on the disc. Anyways, that's that. Bianca just walked in and said, he really does look like Mario now. Yeah. Oh, Jack says, just saw someone with the head of a Fortnite donkey. I am... Okay, that is kind of weird. They're probably going to a Comic-Con or something. That one still probably won't make TSA blink much. Callan says, you ain't joking. Someone tried to bring a peacock in a plane as a support animal. Okay, now you are getting to the strange. I was not aware that peacocks were really that domesticated. Alright. So let me go grab the next items here. Including one of the items that the FedEx delivery driver thought it'd be a great idea to put it in my mailbox. So, there's that, and that, and that, and that. And you can't see any of it because I'm not zoomed out. Oh, and then we have this one. So the next item, which I opened on Dave's stream, comes to us from an eBay seller in Wisconsin. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Wisconsin. It was a lot of I/O shields for random motherboards. And actually, I found the one I was looking for in here. Anyways, there were like, I think, 15 or 16. Only one of them was a Dell I/O shield. Luckily, I have seen worse assemblages of I/O shields that were mostly Dell ones. But, yeah. Anyways, there's one missing in here because it's with the motherboard it goes with, but yeah. Oh, the cool one was there was a blank one in here too, so a make your own. And then one of these ground shields for some case, if I ever figure out what it's for and have that case. Jack says, yay, eBay sellers of Wisconsin. Jack says, just seat them next to the person who brought their emotional support coyote. Yeah, seriously, I'm waiting for someone to try that. Oh, but he doesn't eat my chickens. Alright, this next item comes just from an eBay seller in Texas. So, hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Texas. I hope you all are, if you are in Texas, I hope you are safe from the flooding. So, please, stay tuned to weather radios, because... Oh, Callan says that's me. I hope you are, well, hopefully you are out of the affected area. Jesse says, Wisconsin represent. Alright, I forget what this is. It might be from Peaks Parts. Ooh. What did I buy? Oh! Oh, yeah! A memory module. But not just any memory module. If you will remember the horrendous motherboard, this is one of the memory modules on the compatibility list in the manual. In fact, I think it's the only DDR400 module in the manual that's a gigabyte. I have no idea if it works. The seller had one. I was hoping for two. They had one. We may just have to test this, even though this is a Mac stream. If I could remember where I put the motherboard. We'll find it at some point. Hi, hardware hacker. Oh, Callan says, nowhere near the flooding, but it's raining like crazy down here. Hardware hacker says, I used to have RAM modules that look like that. Yes, these are cool. Yes, I was actually... I think I was reading a news article about, like, the thing, it was, I think it was, the synopsis of the article was, we have such good radar that can warn about so many potential weather threats that, yeah, it is leading to people ignoring warnings because they're happening all the time, and a lot of times they turn into nothing. So yeah, always assume weather alerts are, the warnings are an actual warning, because, yeah, it could be. Oh, we have another item from an eBay seller in Texas. So again, hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Texas. Yeah, and as Jack says, weather events can be so hyper-localized. Yes. Yes, you can get a weather alert. They can only issue them for such a I mean, they have to issue them for, like, a geographical area that may be larger than the event. Or larger than the event turns out to be. So, but yeah, it's still it was the article saying that it was basically sometimes having really good weather warnings can be too much of a good thing. And that you do still need to respect the warnings as a warning. Because radar has gotten so good that yes, just because radar picks up a rotation in a storm cell doesn't mean it's actually going to turn into a tornado. But but they don't know that from radar. Huh, well, I'll have to clean up that glob of dust there. But anyways, we have an actual RLL controller card. Hi, Kai, welcome. Yeah, I will, yeah. Anyways, yep, so I can now use that 238R drive. We'll have to clean that glob of... You know, that is a really weird glob of dust. Kai says, I thought I'd stop in sorting out the last of my Mac stuff before it goes to another home. Oh, Jesse says the issue hits close to home, and it's the issue of National Weather Service funding cuts. Someone I graduated with lost his job over those cuts. Well, yes, I will, yeah, all right, I can't really, I repair old computers on YouTube. It's like government funding is the only thing I can do is write my senators and representative, and that's about all you can do there. Gut Pump says disappointed at the lack of VIC-20 discs. So yes, all right. Kai says, yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's good to see you, Kai. So this next item comes just from an eBay seller in Arizona. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Arizona. Some of you all will probably might have a good idea what this is for when I open it. Oh, that's right. So I placed a Mauser order today for capacitors, and I just realized this was one of the items that I wanted to order capacitors for, so well, I'll just have to wait. We have an Apple II power supply. Look at this. By golly, it looks like it's a clone of Apple's power supply from the outside. Neato. Hi, Dana. We have Dana Does Stuff. Welcome. So, for those of y'all that haven't guessed, I've been wanting to put a new power supply and computer that looks like it belongs in computer. And Larry Pell, I forget his eBay store's name, but he's in the Apple II community, listed one of these, and I picked it up. So it is tested working, although I do want to recap it because some of these power supplies have caps that are quite England, quite old. Oh. Yeah, Gut Bomb says I am CRT people, but I'm not in Old England. I'm in New England. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I wish I could rescue those CRTs, Kai, but shipping them across the pond would be quite prohibitive, and they probably wouldn't survive the shipping. And yeah, I think I've figured out that by reading a horror story on social media that also have to be careful about shipping certain things internationally, because I saw where someone had bought a pair of Adidas sneakers off eBay, and the seller was located in Canada. The buyer was in the US. I don't remember which model sneaker they were. I presume it's one of the ones that shoe collectors want to collect. Anyways, so they had to go through customs. And some of you all probably know exactly where this story is going. Well, customs looks at the origin of the item in the package. And although it was being shipped from Canada, those Adidas shoes were made in China. They got quite the bill for the tariffs for importing used Adidas shoes from Canada to the US. Although part of it was probably the charge from FedEx to broker the customs fees, but still, yeah. Yeah, customs really socked it to them. I think they might have made a slight mistake because it looks like customs charged them both Canadian and Chinese tariff rates on the whole thing, but still. I'm like, yeah. So, yeah. Kind of probably, I don't know if that's a one-off or repeat, but Jack says, I mean, who could actually figure out what tariffs apply? I don't know. So, word to the wise, it may behoove you, if buying things internationally, to oh, hold on. Oh, I think I might have I just noticed my RGB to HDMI is possibly misbehaving. Oh, I'll have to check the power adapter. That's weird. All right. Anyways. Yeah, I'm to the point where, yeah, you gotta be like yeah, so yeah, don't be surprised if you yeah, I'm gonna have to be really, I guess the moral of that story is I'm going to have to be careful for channel donations coming from overseas. Because I'll probably have to look at where the item was made as well as where it's coming from. So maybe that was a one-off, and and I don't know what the customs bill, the customs form said. Someone may have written the. Someone may have. I don't know. Anyways, so that would be the other reason why. Yeah, you gotta be careful with international trade. Kai says, let's play tariffs, where the price is made up and the item doesn't matter. Yeah, I can't figure out tariffs. All I know is that they give me a headache. So this item comes to us from Oregon State. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Oregon. Now, if you're wondering why earlier I did buy that socket from China, it was shipped by eBay, eBay's shipping method. So its cost included the applicable tariffs. So that's how I knew I wasn't going to get a separate bill. Because it basically, I had prepaid the tariffs when I checked out. So that $17.53 included all applicable tariffs. So, yeah. Hi, Bruce. Welcome. Oh, yeah. That's a good point. Jack says, where I went wrong. When I received the item, I threw the declaration form away. It was only a month later I got the bill. Oh, yeah. Yep, that's probably a good point. Probably would behoove you to hold on to declaration forms. So, anyways, kind of just more of a warning than again, what can I do? Well, I could write my senators and representative, and that's about it. I can also just try to be careful when I buy things on eBay, the place where I buy the things I later regret. Because those later regrets could include a delayed bill from customs. Luckily, this item just came from Oregon State, and this is a motherboard. A socket 462 motherboard. So, yes. And I think this came from a Gateway computer. Oh, that's probably the seller's sticker because I was thinking this was a Gateway board and it does not say Gateway. Seller probably put that there. Guy says, I just put two of those in a box, both MSI K7N2s. One of them is the Ultra. Jesse says, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. I'll earn myself a timeout if I keep talking. Ah, with the RAID controller. Nice. Yes, all I know is that, yeah, I am very careful when I buy something from... Actually, yeah, I hardly ever buy anything internationally anyways, but I just have to be so careful these days. So, anyways, I don't know why I bought this motherboard. It was cheap, probably. Ah. Kai says I have one HEP card for it, the Radeon X850 XT PE. KT133A chipset by the look of it. I would have to look it up because I think the there's a heatsink on it. I don't like removing those heat sinks, although I probably should to repaste it, but I don't like removing them because the plastic clips could be fragile. Although maybe that's nylon. Hold on, I'm looking the board up. Yeah, it's version 2.1. Yes, I believe it is the KT133A. I believe you are correct, Kai. Oh, that's right. That's why, yeah, it was $15. I kept looking at it. I'm like, I don't really need a socket 462 motherboard without onboard audio. I don't need a socket 462 motherboard with onboard IO, or without onboard audio. Oh, wait, it has no onboard audio. Yeah, Jack says that's not a Mac. Gutbomb says, still time for a VIC-20. Oh, Kai says it's the MSI K7T Pro 2. And Jack says, also, doesn't Justin have, like, 3 VIC-20s already? Yeah, something like that. Gutbomb says 3 is never enough. Oh, that's cool that this is actually an MSI board. I mean, it looks fairly well made. It got listed cheap. Oh, it's got some of those TPO caps on it. Probably is Gateway. Because I think that was the brand of caps that was on the Gateway Profile 3, if I'm not mistaken. TPO. Remove the T, replace it with the CH. That's my opinion of them. Although it does have some United Chemicon caps around the processor, so that's probably decent. I don't know what these yellow caps are. Do I see a brand on them? They look like they're Fujitsu brand caps. I didn't know Fujitsu made capacitors. Oh yeah. So it looks like these caps are good caps, and the rest of them are cheaper caps. Kai says MSI boards got pretty solid by the Athlon era. They'll all be bad though. Every cap on both the K7 and 2s were bad. Luckily, you can still get them all on Mauser. Recap kit worked out about 20 pounds. Yep, I'll put this in my pile of boards that needs recapped. Probably will wait for the next cap order. I went ahead and placed the order for caps this morning. I was hoping Mauser might ship my order, so if anyone's wondering, I ordered caps for the NVIDIA video card that I got where it had 3 caps that were all blown. I ordered caps for that. I ordered caps for the Atari 1040 ST. I ordered caps for the Gateway Profile 3. Enough caps for one board. I ordered caps for one of my Emerson computers' power supplies. I started ordering for a second one of them, but then the more I looked at the power supply while identifying caps, the more I realized I'm probably just going to replace the power supply, because there is something up with it that I can't place. Jack says, what's unique about this board that makes it deserving of a recap? It has no onboard audio. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I won't recap it. I might try to use it first. Kai says, surprisingly, there's few socket 462 boards out there still working. I mean, that is true. It is a socket 462 board, and maybe the platform... I have a... Oh, Jack says, not criticizing, just genuinely curious. Yeah, that is true. I have several socket 462 processors, and yeah, that is true. I think I've had to recap. I'm trying to think. Oh, that's the other thing. I ordered caps for that hideous-looking socket 939 board that I thought it needed recapped. It might. It might also just be a not really that great board. And actually, socket 939... Well, actually, socket 939 is still like... Oh yeah, that would be mid-2000s. That might be why it needs recapped. Yeah, Jack says, if you're going to do it now before the caps leak all over and cause damage. Yeah. So, I mean, I may recap this board just because the boards are getting rarer. I mean, it got listed for $15. I couldn't pass on it, even if it didn't work. It looked like it was a good shape, and it's a gateway board. Yeah, even if MSI made it for gateway. So, I probably will recap it. It looks like it's fairly straightforward to recap. It kind of looks like it uses like 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe like 4 values of caps. No, there's a few surface mounts. So 4 or 5 values of caps. So, in fact, actually, some of the values may be very common with other motherboards, so it might behoove me to learn what these common values are and just order a whole bunch of them. Jack says, guy just sat down at nearby table with the Tektronix oscilloscope in a travel case. Neat. Alright, Kai suggests flashing this with the MSI version of the BIOS. RetroWeb has it. Alright. Oh yeah, MS6330 2.1. Yep. Actually, you know, we almost could, BIOS. Hold on. That's the OEM board. All right, I'll put a note on this. I'm not going to test it now. Kai says, want to know the hardest part of any Athlon XP build to find, at least here, the heat sinks. Yes. Those actually, at least aren't quite as hard to find. The trick I've found is also look for socket 7 and socket 370 heat sinks. Because there are some heat sinks that I think work on all 3. Socket 7, socket 370, and socket 462. So don't expect the eBay seller is going to have necessarily know or bother to put all the socket types in the listing. Trina says, that is not a Mac motherboard. Hi, Trina. Yes, I'm glad someone noticed. Because we just finish with Wheel of Regrets. And before I pull a Mac on the bench, I'd like to ask everyone to smash that like button if you like Wheel of Regrets. And don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications, because you might see those regrets later. Oh, hold on, Jack. There was some Mac stuff in Wheel of Regrets. That whole box of software was all Mac software. And I opened it second in Wheel of Regrets. Yeah, Kai says, like that smash button. All right. So, let me... Oh, Jack says, I said hardware. All right. Let's, yeah, let's go grab a, let me go grab a Mac. As soon as I decide which one to work on. I think I want something to warm up, a warm-up Mac. Then again, maybe I should just go grab the SE30, because Bruce and Kai and Dana are in the chat. And I might learn something. Also, I probably should, yeah, my SE30 has a interesting fault. Basically, it will boot. I'm able to boot it into Snooper using a floppy emu. So it makes it past its memory check. I think I even checked the memory in a PC. I ran mem test on a PC with the same sims just to make sure that they were good. And the sims pass mem check on a PC. So theoretically the sims are good. Yet Snooper fails the memory test. And not only does Snooper fail the memory test, it then will give a bus error. Yes, I ran mem test, Trina. Yes. Hardware Hacker says, Connectic Software. I remember those titles. Also, Virtual PC. Jack says, Virtual PC was virtually unusable. Hardware Hacker says, it worked for me, Jack. Yeah. I remember those PC emulators. They were kind of a little bit painful. And maybe I'm being kind of a little bit nice. for a box because I want to put this memory module in the box so that I don't lose it. Oh, there's the box. I found it. All right. Colin says, don't grab an 840 then. They're not for the meat. I don't have an 840, so you don't have to worry about me grabbing an 840. Jack says, I was trying to run it on a 6160, so... Jack says, I think that computer probably had 16 megabytes of RAM, but I don't remember. Unfortunately, I did a dumb thing and left it in my garage, and it became battery bombed. Ooh. This was circa 2008 before I knew better. Yes. Yes, we all did dumb things before 2008. Before 2008, I had bought a Macintosh 2FX logic board to be wall art. This should be one of those, I don't know if I'm going to like where this story is going type deals. This would have been 2004, 2005. Yeah, well before I knew better. Yeah, let's just say that I bought it to be wall art, and when I bought it, I thought looked like it was in good shape. Didn't think it was the point where I was like, oh, this will be fun to have a 2FX board for wall art. This would have been unobtainium back in the day, but I don't have the whole computer. Who would ever want to use such a slow computer? Blah, 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 blah. Anyways, one day I pull the board out to try to find parts to put it in a box to hang on the wall. And I look at the board and there's liquid goo all over it and things are corroded and whatnot. I'm like, ew, this looks gross. I don't want to hang this on the wall anymore. And I scrapped it. Yeah, I know better now. I did not know back in 2005 that you could fix such a thing, because it probably just needed recapped. And unfortunately, if I had known that you could just recap it back then, it would have probably totally been savable, assuming the board worked otherwise. But I didn't know. And I didn't want a gross-looking board on my wall for wall art. That would have been silly. And you're probably wondering what in the world I am looking for in this Mauser order. And that would be the chips that I ordered for the SE30 board. And so far, I've only pulled out boards for my MCS48 programmer. Let's see here. Oh, I'd better write on these. I just found the bulbs for... I need to try these at some point, but I ordered bulbs for the keyboards. I'll stick those somewhere where I'm bound to lose them. What's going on with this wacky recap job? Well, the board... I can boot the board into the Snooper emergency disk. In fact, I suspect I could probably boot it into Mac OS, but I haven't tried. because I don't really like trying to lean compact Mac boards outside the chassis because I'm afraid I'm going to do something dumb. And then I will have a very expensive repair on my hands. But anyways, so I can boot into the Snooper emergency disk. I can start to run the tests. And as soon as it gets to the memory test, it will fail the memory test, and then I get a bus error, system error. Now, the interesting thing is, I put all these sims in a PC board, and I ran memtest on them, and they pass. So I'm pretty sure these sims work. So my first thought on this SE30, after looking at the way the memory works, and it looks like I have the wrong Mauser order, so I'm going to have to go... Oh! That would explain why none of these parts say they're for the SE30, is because none of these parts are for the SE30. I grabbed the wrong Mauser order. So let me put all these parts back into the bag. Because I don't want to have to reorder any of them. They are all for the MCS48 programmer. Bruce says, my guess is you will be able to boot into System 6, but not into System 7. Probably. Alright. Let me go grab the other Mauser order. Not to be confused with this Mauser order or the third Mauser order or the Mauser order I placed today. It would have taken too long to try to search for them all on DigiKey's site to see if DigiKey had them, so I ordered them from Mauser. Good night, Kai. Alright. I believe the parts I'm looking for are in here. Let's see here. 74F, 258Ds. So it's either these parts... Schottky diodes. Oh, wait. Oh, that's right. There's Schottky diodes on the board. So I think those parts are 25 volt, 10 microfarad. Okay, those are for the... I think those are for a 486 board that needs recapped. Yep, those are for PC. Those are for PC. Is there any other SE30 boards in here? No. $245. Wait a minute. Oh. That's weird. Okay. Okay, I think these are the parts I ordered for the SE30. Yeah, Joe told me to try DigiKey, but by the time this morning that I remembered that I had a shopping cart full of stuff, I was like, I need to place this order. Jack says, oh yeah. Of course, that's the other thing with DigiKey. They are not exactly super fast to Virginia, which is kind of, I guess, the reason why I was I'm trying to find a cap for something. Oh, hey, I just found the lead I've been looking for my. I've been looking for the second lead for my LCR meter, and I just found it. Yay! Because I'm looking for the cap for my machine oil, because the cap has come off the bottle, and I don't want to spill it everywhere, but I'll just have to hold it aside. DigiKey is located in, are they located in North Dakota or South Dakota? Oh, Jack says they're near the border with Minnesota. Minnesota/North Dakota. Okay. Oh, Trina says they have a warehouse here in Canada. Okay. I don't know where Mauser is, but... Oh, Jack says it's not exactly a super urban area. Oh, probably an area where they could build a nice big warehouse for cheap, but... Because it seems like every time I place an order with DigiKey, it takes an extra day or two. Oh, Jesse says it's not DigiKey that's slow. The FedEx Center in Fargo, North Dakota sucks. Oh. Okay, maybe that's why every time I place an order with DigiKey, I'm disappointed. It's actually FedEx. Huh. Okay, so my thoughts on the SE30 board as to why I'm getting memory errors, even though the sims test fine. I'll go ahead and take the ROM sim out. Is that I either have a bad 74F258 on the board, and I believe there's 4 of them. Hold on, there's not 4. There's 6 of them. Okay, well, there's probably some other signals there, too. So... Oh, Jack says, oh, yeah, I guess they're in Thief River Falls, Minnesota, and everything goes through Fargo. Fargo, yep. FedEx does, yep. Okay. That's probably why I get disappointed. So, I'll have to look at the schematics, but I think 4 of these chips are between the Sims and the chipset. So if one or more of these are bad, that could potentially cause, or if they're flaky, that could cause the problems I'm seeing. So that was thought number 1. Trina says I should order an SE30 peaker board from JCM, from Joe's Computer Museum. I mean, I probably should, but they're $80. I think I first just want to try replacing a few chips first. Because the thing is, I don't know that the peaker is necessarily going to help with this problem, because the computer boots. So I'm probably still going to see activity on all the data lines and address lines. Yeah, Bruce says the RAM multiplexers. Yes. So that's guess number 1. One of the RAM multiplexers or more is flaky. So I have a tube of 10 of them. And I hope I ordered the right parts. Yes, Trina says go to my coffee and I'm updating my goal here. There we go. Ah. Anyways, so that's theory number one. Hi, Thomas. Thomas says, howdy, this Monday thing is confusing. Well, this SE30 is confusing too, so it feels your pain. All right, theory number two. Jack says, Mac Seeker, a 90s dating app. Theory number two, which I'm less inclined to believe it's the case, but there are a number of diodes on the back of the board that are on the memory bus. And one or more of them could be bad. Excellent, Gabam. Oh, thank you, Gabam. I may take you up on that offer. And at least I could try one out before I, Alright, I'm pulling up the data sheet for these diodes, because I think what I'll do first is... Okay, so if I ordered the correct part... I ordered BAS 40-06s, which I believe are common anode Schottky diodes. Yes, common anode. So pin 3, which is the pin on the side by itself, is the anode. And the two other pins are cathodes. So this is the easier one to check in circuit. Otherwise, I might have to... Jack says, back in a few, must relocate. Ah, yes. Jack is currently at the airport. Alright, so... Alright, let me zoom out just a little bit so I can maybe get the multimeter. I don't have one of those fancy Kai Wheats multimeters. Bruce says, in my opinion, and that's all it is, I don't think there will be anything wrong with these diodes. I don't think there's anything wrong with the diodes either. I think I ordered them simply because they were in the memory circuit. I don't remember actually finding a bad one, because if I had found a bad one, there would be a red paint mark on the board. Okay. So to make this easy, I'm just going to really quickly go through these diodes And first I'm going to check this direction on all of them. Because this is the easy one. If I find one of these is bad, then it's a fairly quick replacement. Three pins and we're done. But the other thing is, this I can check with a multimeter. I can't check the transceivers with a multimeter that I'm aware of. I would actually have to pull them off the board and put them in a chip tester. Also, Bruce, during your stream, you said you needed sharp multimeter probes. You're probably looking at these probes thinking, wow, those look nice. I've already checked because I was going to send you a link to them, but they're discontinued, so someday I'll have to find a replacement part. But yeah, I already looked, and Thomas asked, did you reflow the RAM sockets? No, I did not reflow the RAM sockets. I don't torture myself with reflowing RAM sockets as a default, because I'm not exactly sure the RAM sockets need reflowed. Oh, Mike, I started early tonight because I could. And I thought I might need the extra time for... Oh, hi, Joe. Welcome. Joe is in the chat. Bruce says, did Snooper find anything else wrong with the board? No. Well, actually, no, I don't think it did. But I don't remember. So, no, I haven't reflowed the RAM sockets. I guess I can inspect them under a microscope. I don't remember if Snooper found anything else. I seemingly think I did try running Snooper without the memory test enabled, and I don't remember it finding anything else. Thomas is asking, I put down a 12-volt power supply, and do you think I can find it? Joe has asked, have you tried going back in time to before it was broken? No, I have not tried going back in time. My DeLorean is in the shop. They told me it needs a new flux capacitor along with exhaust bearings and blinker fluid. And while I refused the last two line items because it sounded suspicious, I'm waiting to save up the $1 billion for a new flux capacitor. Interestingly enough, these Schottky diodes are conducting in both directions, but Schottky diodes are special. And it's possible there's something in parallel with them, because the thing is, they're all doing it, so I doubt that means they're all bad. That would be really weird. Yeah, they're all doing the same exact thing. Normally, I'll have to look at the data sheet and see if it says what the forward and reverse voltage drops should be. These are all running. Oops. Yeah, they're all running about the same values. Point like 0.76 volts reverse and like what was it, point about half that forward. Yeah. Mike says getting a flux capacitor might be difficult to find, but much easier than finding dilithium crystals for a starship. Yeah, David Hi, David Starbuck. It says O'Reilly Auto has flux capacitors. Um, oh, that's weird. Windows Defender is blocking Firefox. It just randomly popped up. That's weird. I'm going to click cancel. Oh, they're out of stock at the moment. Bummer. Joe says, entire ground plane is rotted to entire power plane. What about the blinker fluid? David says you can find the blinker fluid next to the muffler bearings. All right, what's this data sheet say? So for reverse current, forward voltage is about 3. Yeah, okay. Oh, wait. Reverse current, 1 microamp. Well, I shouldn't have been able to read anything in reverse. Yeah, these aren't the diodes that can conduct in reverse. That's weird. Okay, I'm going to have to pull up the schematic, because that's weird. Hardware Hacker says, and 1 aisle over from the Mr. Fusion. Yeah. All right, let me pull up the schematics, because there could be something in parallel with these diodes on the other side of the board. And maybe I should just remove one from the board and test it off the board. How wrong could that go? Here we go. Modern redraw of schematics. Excellent. All right. Let me download this so that I can open it and open page width. And then once I find the page I need, I will share the screen. Actually, I think that's the page right there. Oh, all right. Share. 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 All right. So I think these diodes are. Here they are. D0. Wait, no. Oh, yeah, D4, D5, D6, D7. Capcom's asking, what clued you in to investigate these diodes? Snooper's memory failure. Because I was looking at what was in the memory circuit. So somewhere on the page, it might be the next page. So that's the ROM sim. So I was looking at what's on the address bus on the schematic. And there's the sims. And I guess there's the so here's the glue logic chip. No, that's not where hold on. Let me see if I can find the So the 74F, where are these? 258s are here. They are on the address bus. And I don't know what they're switching between. Gutbomb's asking, before you looked into the diodes, did you do the simple yet annoying task of just toning out socket to socket? No, I did not. And the reason I did not is because the system boots into Snooper. So whatever the problem is, I don't think it's an outright failure. It's something is marginal. Now, prove me wrong for jumping to conclusions, but I did not. Gupbum says I am not a super pro at this, but I've never seen those go bad unless someone puts the wrong part on. Well, I know, but okay, I'm trying to work back to what I did. Gupbum says, but I have seen a lot of socket problems that don't necessarily prevent it from booting. Well, but it's not being prevented from booting. It's just failing the Snooper memory test. All right, we will do a microscope inspection of the sockets. But I would like someone to explain why the why when I do check the diodes. Hold on. My microscope is all cattywampus. Oh, hold on. Not only is my microscope, there we go, crooked. Oh, I think I need to, hold on. All right. Hi, Rudy. Welcome. Gutbum says using a multimeter would be more reliable. I, I don't, I don't know what pins should be connected to what pins on the sockets. Even with these redrawn schematics, they're not clear as to what pins are connected to what. Because they like drawing the data and address buses as lines. But I would like someone to explain why these Schottky diodes are measuring a voltage drop in both directions. Despite the fact that no one's ever seen them fail. They're all of them. Gutbum says, look at the back pages of that schematic. There are matrices. Oh. Yeah, that's a nice matrix. That's a lot of pins. Well, you can't tell I'm getting flustered. You don't need to tone out all of it, just the socket-to-socket connection. Well, but it's not... Where's the sim sockets in the chart? Well, I would tone out the sim sockets if the sim sockets were in the chart. I see ROM, I see RAM mux. I see glue, I see VIA, I see video ROM, I see video mux. I see swim, serial, sound, CPU, FPU, PDS slot. I do not see sim. I do not see the sims in this chart. I mean, I will tone the sim sockets out, but I don't see the sim sockets in this chart. I just see the RAM muxes. And the ROM. Unless I got the wrong version of the schematic. Well, I Gupam saying the diodes seem to be a lot like a wild goose chase, but why are they conducting voltage in both directions? I don't see anything in the schematic that's parallel to them. I mean, I will not just replace them since they hardly seem to fail, but I would like to know. I thought Schottky diodes only conducted in one direction. According to the datasheet, it's not mentioning reverse voltage. I'm not an EE, so I'm I don't know how the diodes are working. Okay, we'll skip the diodes for now. Oh, well, Well, then why couldn't they call them Sim, not RAM? Rudy, I have one SE30. I just have one. I will probably only ever have one. One is all I need. I do not have anything to compare to. Capcom just pointed out that I completely overlooked. I'm sorry, it's the stress of live streaming and people trying to help me not, like, just do something rash and foolhardy, but I'm sorry. Toning out pins on is not entertaining. But it's probably something I need to do. I am not convinced, though, that it's a problem with the sim sockets, because it will boot and check it. Snooper will start to run the RAM test. I don't see how sim sockets would be just bad enough to let Snooper start to run the memory test and then always fail. Please tell me that too. It's also, I don't know which is pin 1 on the Sims. They're not marked. I really honestly don't know which is pin 1. Unless the Sims have numbers. All those Sims aren't numbered. I mean, I'm going to presume that's pin 1 because the notch of the Sim, but all right. Joe says, if it's only the highest address line, the machine will probably boot fine. Stuff is loaded low. So it fails only when it gets way up there in RAM or something. Or one of the higher, not the highest. Joe is making a mighty huge assumption. I do not have a lot of RAM that is compatible with an SE30. I also do not have spare SE30 sockets. I do not have another ROM sim. I do not have additional ROM sim sockets. Let's focus on what I do have. I have a multimeter. I have 8 megabytes of RAM that I know works. It tested in a PC. I could probably go scrounge 16 megabytes of RAM out of something. Because the problem is the SE30 needs 4 matching sims. That's the problem that I have. I don't have a lot of known good sets of 4. Oh, and Rudy says, and I have a great hat. Okay, I've got a great hat, too. Okay, Joe says, no, it's fine. If the RAM tests good in another machine, continue with what you're doing. I do not have any 256K sims that I know work in an SE30. I have 1 megabyte sims that were in the SE30 when I got it, so I can only presume they're compatible. And Hardware Hacker says, and a great audience. I mean, the thing is, the sims that were in the machine may be incompatible with it. I mean, that could be the problem. The thing is, I don't know. I unfortunately, since I do not have another SE30 that is working, I can't steal parts from it to swap in and see if that fixes the problem. And I don't have a lot of sets of 4 in 30-pin sims to go steal from PCs or Macs. Joe says, I would find it unlikely any 1 megabyte 30-pin sim would be incompatible. I mean, I do have an SE I've taken apart until I can fix the rust problem. I could go swipe its RAM, but I don't know that it's... I can't say that it's known working RAM. These 8 megabytes of sims that I have in here, I ran through a memory test on a PC, and I know they passed that several loops, so... I'm going to have to go with the assumption that because they were in this computer when I bought it, that they are compatible. And because they passed mem test a number of loops in a PC that I'm pretty sure the PC motherboard I was using works, I'm going to have to assume that they are not the problem. So, and I also have to say that, to Joe's point, I should probably be focusing on address lines and not data lines. Because... Alright, I'm going to do... Yeah, Trina already showed up and heard me say mem test. Okay. How about, let me do that. Let me do a quick test. Thomas Armstrong says the video is clear. Yeah, the video was clear. Yeah, it booted up. The video was clear. The CRT, well, I haven't powered up the SE30's tube. I think I was using my SE when I tested it. But yeah, the video was clear. There weren't any screen problems. I was able to boot the Snooper emergency disk. The Snooper version 2 emergency disk did recognize it as an SE30, so I take that to mean that it's probably a compatible version of Snooper. I ran all the tests. It starts to run the memory test, fails, and then you get a bus error. So, alright, Harder Hacker says, yeah, Quadra 700, Performance 600, Mac 2SI, SE30, Sim, use the same RAM. Capcom says, if you look at the pin labels on the schematic, you can see the address lines. They aren't in the matrix, and they are the same pin on each socket, so you can quickly check them just first slot to last slot. If they connect, great, move on to the next one. If not, see where they lose connection by going back slots. Wait a minute. Why can't they put them in the matrix? I don't... The schematic is... And this isn't a Justin can't read the schematic. This is a Justin has to crick his neck to read the schematic, and bigger font is better because it's easier to read from the side, because that's the only way I can make sure I'm in frame on your screen on the motherboard, logic board, excuse me. This is a Mac, it's a logic board, is by, putting the schematic to the side and... Anyways, okay, so... Also, why are the Sims labeled 1 to 60? This is... come on. Or pin. So, oh, so okay. Pin 4 to pin 4. I think I turned the beeper off. Oh, wait. What? Wait a minute. Oh, wait. Are these only within the 4? Because when I go first slot to last slot like this, I have no connection. But conveniently, I have a connection within these 4. And there's a connection there. Thomas says different address bank. Okay. Yeah, you got to be clear when you say first one to last one. I took you literally. All right. So, all right, I'm going to have to try to hold the chat so I can see Gutbomb's numbers. So, when someone screams something, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. 7. 8. 11. 12. 14. I'm going to presume that's 15. 17. 18. 19. 21. 24. And 28. All right. Well, those all look good on that bank. Four, 5, 7, 8, 11, 12, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19. Oh, that was 21, 24. 28. All right, there's the address lines have continuity. Thomas's cat loves the hands on the screen. Excellent. I entertain cats and humans. Okay, so the address lines have continuity. Still wish I'd... Okay, I don't have another SE30 to check the diodes on, so we'll skip that. I guess I was just measuring stuff. Why can't someone make a smart multimeter that doesn't do dumb things, like wants to shut off after you just did a whole bunch of continuity measurements? Well, Gut Bomb, I will do the data lines if I don't find anything on the address lines, because I'm thinking, have I cleaned the sockets? I did put the board through the ultrasonic cleaner, I think. I mean, I guess I could clean the sim sockets. Zoom in and check for damage. I mean, I don't see any damage on the sim sockets. Let me I want to check the RAM muxes here, because that was something I was going to accuse. And the address lines are on the RAM muxes, so all right. I don't know exactly how you're supposed to use this matrix. I am presuming that if I am reading this right, and I may not be reading this right, that it is giving me a pin. For example, this chart would have been more useful as a spreadsheet, because then I could lock the header row. Do they have this as a spreadsheet on the GitHub? Because I need to be able to lock the header row and scroll the rows. I know that might be the most boringest of requests, but I don't want to have to keep scrolling up and back, up and back, up and back. So do they have the spreadsheet version of this anywhere in here? Those are the PDF pages. No. No, I guess not. Let me guess. That matrix was probably generated by whatever they did this schematics in. Oh, I don't think the battery leaked on this, Thomas. Gutbomb says, in short, to check data line 0, you check for continuity between pin 3 on the first slot to pin 3 on the 5th slot. Oh, I am not convinced it's a data line problem. That's why I wanted to check the muxes first. I mean, I could check them really quickly, but I'm not convinced it's a data line problem. But I guess I could check them. Hey, Stian. I'm not convinced it's a data line problem. I would be more convinced it's an address line problem. But all right, I'll check the data lines. All right, pin 3. All right. 6. 10. 13. 16. 20. 23. And 25. All right. Oh, Joe says, since you don't know what the problem is, I would suggest you stop fretting over what problem is or isn't and just check everything. All right. I guess I was. All right. 3, 6, 10, 'Wait a minute. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, not sure what happened there, but obviously there's. All right, I got continuity. I don't know what's up there, but I'll guess maybe I should. All right, let's check pin 13 on the underside of both of those. 12, 13. All right. I don't know. It's probably me getting somewhat frustrated just because the temperature in the basement is 78 degrees. And, well, 40% humidity, but just nothing I can really fix. All right, so that's pin 13. Well, I mean, that. Oh, it's just a pluggable brand USB microscope. Although I've been told by people that the current version of it is way worse, so I can't recommend to buy a new one. So hopefully this one will just continue to work. I don't know. Some of those solder joints look funny, but that could just be shadows. I have been fooled by that before. Then again, I don't know. Maybe I should reflow them because that one pin, I was having trouble keeping contact. I think the green is a reflection. Thomas says they don't look great. Alright, I guess maybe I gotta reflow the RAM, the Sims. Alright. Alright, I guess there's the first repair. We gotta reflow the... Oh. Okay, I guess maybe it is potentially a data line problem. Alright. Oh. Oh, Thomas was just not liking the oxidation. Okay. But they do look green. I think the green was a reflection. I do not see any crust. As for the temperature of my basement, I have thought about getting one of those portable air conditioners. But the problem is the windows. So I have two windows that are in front of me. They are, I think they are casement windows, although they open inwards, not outwards. So maybe they're not actually casement windows. But anyways, they you open them, they pull in like a door, which kind of already makes it hard to put a portable air conditioner into it. Also, I don't run it. I wouldn't want to run it all the time, but at least maybe to run while I'm streaming. But I'd have to make something to fit in the window to let it exhaust, but Joe says, great way to cool your basement. Open the door. The cold air will fall down the stairwell. Hardware Hacker says, there are adapters for that kind of window. I have seen some of those adapters, and I don't see how they are efficient, but... I mean, I would like, at some point, to insulate the walls of my basement, so at least I can use a mini-split. And not completely waste the energy. But there's no insulation in my basement, so anything I do AC-wise is temporary. Alright. David says, the ground is your insulation. Rudy says it's easier to move to another house. No, it's not. Not with current interest rates. How much movers charge. How much new houses are. The fact that most subdivisions in this area have HOAs. It would be easier for me to save up the money to insulate my basement. I wish I could figure out what kind of insulation builders use around here for unfinished basements. Because they usually use some type of um it looks like it comes in like a continuous bat, or at least it's longer like usually plastic faced or something. I don't know, maybe it's actually some system where they basically attach the plastic to the floor and the ceiling and then fill it with cellulose or something. I don't know, but there's like some insulation they use on new construction for unfinished basements. I've seen it because I've been in those houses, but I sure, at least shopping Lowe's and Home Depot's websites, I can't figure out what it is that they use. Rudy says dinner time. Yeah. Yeah, the subdivision I'm in has no HOA. It could have an HOA because it's in the covenant, the deeds, that there is the provision that if enough homeowners vote to join or vote to create an HOA, they can create one. But because the builder didn't create the HOA when they started construction, well, no homeowner in their right mind is going to yeah. At this point, there'd be no way we would get enough. I don't want an HOA, so I'd vote absolutely not. Actually, I would vote I'm moving if they actually did manage to start an HOA. Then it would be easier to move. Yeah, Callan says HOAs are a pain. Yes, they are a pain in the association. Yeah, given the fact that the subdivision's been here for at least 30 years, it probably says something that there's enough subdivisions with HOAs around us that. All right, I guess I might as well just all right. The reason I put flux on the board was to hopefully break through the oxidation better, since the old solder looks like it had oxidized. I wasn't sure if the solder in my, or the flux in my solder would be enough on its own, so that's why I added more flux. Because the last thing I want to do is reflow these joints and set it up for failure because there's oxidation in the joint. Hardware Hacker says maybe get a large shed and insulate that. Well, maybe what I would do is just maybe build a room in the basement and insulate that. Then at least I've got an insulated room in the basement. I mean, I'd also thought, well, I had briefly considered using a spare bedroom for doing repairs, but then I decided against that. Well, that must be a ground pin. Because then I wouldn't, at least wouldn't have to insulate the whole basement, just like a room. Oh, that still costs money. what might actually be easier is if my channel grows big enough, then maybe I'll just rent a small office space for actual rework. Of course, then I'd have to actually drive someplace. I don't know. Maybe my goal would be to just maybe build a room in the basement, insulate that, and then put in a small mini split. Or no, I'd probably have to put in a mini split. I don't think the HVAC for the first floor is big enough to also do the basement. Go full Mac 84. No, I already have one shed. My my yard is not really conducive to putting another shed on. The one drawback of having a house with a walkout basement is there's a slope in the yard. Which would make it very difficult to put a shed. Plus, after Steve's experiences having a shed built on his property, I that scared me off. Of course, maybe some of those are just New Jersey problems, but although I think if you build a small enough shed, you don't have to get a building permit. At least until you then run electricity to it. Then I'm sure someone will notice. Hardware Hacker says a shed would be easier to configure for AC over um, insulating the basement. Well, I don't know. It might be easier to insulate a small shed, but you got to run electricity to it. Plus, I don't know where I would put it. I just don't know where I would put it in my yard where it's flat enough to put a shed. Because you'd want a shed that's on a pad. But what you don't know is, um, but I've had Miss Utility come out and mark my yard before, so I know where the underground utilities are. And let's just say that in the flattest part of my yard is where all the utilities are. Well, most of the utilities are running from the street to the house. All right, there's 4 Sims. Chances are that that's the FedEx guy. Oh, no, not at all. I had a package that was supposed to be delivered today by FedEx. I don't think I've ever made it to the depot to go out for delivery today. All right. Two more rows to go. All right. Oh, that's weird. All right. Oh, Hardware Hacker says, unlike you, my basement windows don't open because they are painted shut by the previous owner. But they would have opened inwards like yours. okay. They look okay. I guess I'll. I guess before I clean the board, that I don't get like goo gobs of flux on my mat that'll get everywhere. All right, before I bother cleaning that, let me check the. Just checking the. Okay, so it's actually help me with the RAM pins. It is 3, 6, 10. I'm writing them on my bench. 13, 16, 20, 23, and 25. All right, so let's make sure they still have continuity. All right. Three, 6, 10, 13, 16, 20, 23, and 25. All right. This is the row we had trouble with. 3, oh, 6. I didn't have it on the right pen. 10, 13. Okay, that's a good solid connection now. 16, 20, 23, 25. All right. 3, 6, 10, 13, 16, 20, 23, 25. 3, 6, 10, hold on. That's 10, 13. All right, this couldn't saw it. I don't think I had the probe in the right spot. 16, 20, 23, 25. All right. So data lines appear to be good, I guess I got to do the address lines again. And then I'm going to check the connections to the muxes. All right, so let me check the that's 4, 5, 7, 8, 11, 12, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 21, 24, and 28. All right, still have connections. Okay. 4, 5, 7, 8. Oh, thank you, hardware hacker. $10 towards the SE Peaker. Thank you. Whoop, I lost count. 8. I think that was 8, 9, 10, 11. 11. 12. 14. 15. 17. 18. 19. 21. 24. 28. All right. So it looks like I got address line continuity. And now I guess I'll check the muxes. All right, where's the mux chart? Mux chart. All right. Oh wait. So, all right, this one's gonna be a bit messy. It looks like these I gotta check on the ROM sim. Have I found anything after reflowing the pins? No. It looks like all the RAM data and address lines are solid now. All right. So UJ2, 3, and 6, I think should have a connection here. Yep. Yep, there's a connection. All right, and then ROM pin 5. We connected the pins 2 and 5 in that same chip. All right. You know, I'm not doubting the connection to the mux. Okay, well, because it's the RAM test that's failing. All right, I know. Okay, here's what I want to do. I don't want to do too many changes. Oh, thank you. Thank you, hardware hacker. New coffee subscription. Yeep. All right. So what I'm going to do, because I don't want to do so many changes and then not know what fixed it. Or in case it's like a not complete fix. If you know what I mean. I am going to clean the flux off the bottom of the board where I reflowed the SIM sockets. And pouring it into a cup so that I don't knock the whole bottle over. Everyone can place their guess in the chat as to how long it will take me to knock this over and spill it everywhere. Remember to brush your teeth with a different toothbrush than you clean your boards. Also, after I clean the flux off the bottom of the board, because I didn't want to get deoxit flux in the sockets after I deoxit, then I'm going to actually use my actual deoxit, not the generic spray bottle, but the actual deoxit. And I'm going to deoxit these sockets just to make sure they're clean. It's tacky flux, so I'm trying to make sure I've got it good and clean. I just used Chip Quick, so I don't think it's got a UV tracer that I could check to see if I've got it off the board. Kind of show you that you don't necessarily need the fancy stuff. In fact, I think Bruce recommended the Chip Quick I use. Despite the fact, I think Bruce also uses some other fluxes of various brands. The Chip Quick he recommended is easy to get, so that's just what I use. Nothing fancy. But it is tacky flux, so... Alright, I'm just trying to dry the board off here. Alright. I'm sure I'm going to put that somewhere... Oh. Actually, something I do sometimes to make the isopropyl alcohol flash off quicker. I'll spray the area of the board with contact cleaner. And then I'm going to use... Alright, that should probably... Alright. So now that I've done that, and I'll set this on the paper towel to... whoever guessed 5 minutes wins a pat on the back. Your prize is it's a self self-delivered prize. See, I told you I would spell it. Inevitably, I try to... Oh. Geoham says, well, the board was dry. Yeah, no, it was dry. All right, I guess I guess I will now set the entire board on a shop towel. Not just the part of the board that I had isopropyl alcohol on initially. Oh yeah, I got the top side of the board too. All right, well. All right. Just in case, I will spray the PDS slot with contact cleaner. All right, so for the sockets, I'm actually going to use the good stuff. Oh, okay. Nothing that I need right now. All right, I'll just have to remember that I dropped my PLCC chip. Actually, okay, that is too big. Oh, this is a job for these little goobers. There we go. All right. All right, we'll do a couple at a time. And yeah, the instructions for this concentrated deoxit do say to wipe off the excess. So I'm trying to both kind of make sure I got all the contacts clean and wipe off the excess. Ah, thank you, Francois. Good night. All right. Oh, come to think of it, I think the all right. I think all right. Try different tacks because I think the oxide kind of is running under the sim socket, which is probably fine. I don't think this deoxide is harmful if it gets somewhere. I'm not too worried about it. No. And one more row. And then I'll get the ROM socket too, just in case. But if this fixes it, then we'll just chalk it up to the sim sockets needed a little bit of cleaning and reflowing. All right, there's the board. deoxidated the sims. I mean, the ROM sim socket looks shiny, but all right. There's that. But wait, there's more. Call now in the next 10 minutes, and we'll deoxit the sims and ROM sim absolutely free. All right. So there's that. There we go. I think that. I don't notice much difference, but cleaned. All right. Now let me pick a set of RAM. So I think for now I will clean this set. Thomas is asking, just in case, do you have any F258 muxes? Right here I do. Brand new from Texas Instruments. And I think I even ordered the correct package. Alright, so even though I tested these sims in a PC and they tested fine, I guess that there could still be oxidation on the socket or on the pins. They're like the shortest pins in the world. They look shinier, and I guess as I clean them, I'll go ahead and put them in the board. Yeah, I did order muxes just in case. That was one of the things I had already planned on doing before I worked on this board again, was to make sure I had some muxes on hand. I even ordered the diodes too, probably unnecessarily, but I just realized I could take one of the brand new diodes and see what it reads as on the multimeter. All right. I believe if I remember from testing this last, it will not. It does not matter if I put 4 or 8 megabytes in the board for the Snooper test. So I am just going to put these 4 megabytes in initially. And if it passes, I'll clean the other 4 sims and we'll put them in. Because if it fails, then there's no need to put extra sims in just yet. But these are just foam swabs. Nothing really special other than they have orange handles, which provide a 50% contribution to showing your university colors for several universities in Virginia. Which doesn't really add anything to the repair experience, because both colleges would probably say, but what about the other color? Which I'll say, I don't think I've found cleaning swabs in their other color. So, there. Hi, Eric. Welcome. I don't care that I'm not signed in OneDrive. Ask me later. There we go. All right, we have 4 sims cleaned. Wish I had a device that would let me test this without having to plug it into a actual Mac. But I don't. All right, so these deoxit swabs, I guess I'll go and throw them away. And then I'll go grab the Mac SE chassis. Because it's closer than the SE31 and I know it works. All right. Oh, I should probably see if I have my floppy emu. Oh, there it is. Because I did get the air tags that I was going to get, and then I came to a realization that when I opened them up on Dave's stream that yeah, it's nice that I have air tags, but they don't come with anything to attach them into anything. That's an optional add-on. Not necessarily from Apple. So I have an AirTag that is named GoTech, but I will have to wait for the AirTag sticky things I ordered from Amazon today to come in. And then I can actually attach one to my GoTech. Because yes, I'm serious. I am going to put an AirTag on it. Then next time I lose it, when it's only a foot or two away from me, my phone will tell me it's nearby. And then I won't unnecessarily tear through the basement looking for something that is to my left by 1 foot. And that is what we call a win. Actually, I'll probably attach it to the inside of the case because the GoTech case is just plastic and should not block the AirTag. Oh, hi, George. Welcome. And hi, Naughty Robot. Welcome. Naughty Robot says, I went back to a PC. George says, my SE is a fun little machine. I have a blue SCSI for it now. Nice. I have a blue SCSI that will probably go in this. Although, I believe this SE's hard drive still works. I may put its original hard drive in it. For at least a little bit of time. Alright, so... Oop, hold on. Oh, that was lucky. I caught both screws with my shirt. That usually doesn't happen. Alright, there we go. Actually, while I have this SE open, I should, there is a repair I should probably undertake while I have this thing open. Band made by Canon. You wouldn't had a few loose screws on camera. I would have had a few loose screws on camera, yes. Alright, so this SE is in decent shape. The screen is actually pretty nice. The analog board works pretty good. The only problem with it is I think it was stored near moisture, or the logic board that's in it now was not the original one that was in it, and this is actually battery damage. But given where it is and the fact that the logic board does have rust on the edges, I'm inclined to think that this was stored in a damp environment. Possibly even water got into the very bottom of it. So I have, from eBay, the place where I buy the things I later regret, I have a new metal chassis for an SE and SE30. And I am not opposed to trying to repair this one, because it should be fairly easy to take a wire wheel to it, knock the rust off, and then spray it with some type of rust-preventing coating, possibly a cold galvanizing spray to maintain its grounding properties. But Jesse says, I swear my Mercury Cougar was built like that. The car has so many undocumented parts. It was also one of the very last ones made. Oh, that comment, it's replying to Naughty Robot's comment, nothing wrong with leftover parts. That's how Chrysler builds cars. Make 10,000, then build 20 more with the pieces you forgot to put in the others. Ooh. CLR or citric acid, yeah. Anyways, somewhere I have a new frame, and it would be easier to swap this before I power it up. So let me see if I can spot where the frame is really quick. Because to do the swap, I will need to remove the analog board, I believe, to get, oh, well, because the analog board is setting in, yeah, it's actually setting in it. So I'll have to swing the analog board out. And I don't have to remove the monitor. And then I think it's like a couple screws. And then I can go ahead and swap the new one in. Hardware Hacker says, too bad you didn't AirTag it. Well, the AirTags came in Saturday. The new chassis part I got a couple weeks ago. Oh, I have a feeling I know where it is. Okay, I think I know where it is. It's not in an accessible spot right now, so am I sure I didn't set it over on the shelf? Alright, I'm taking one last look for it. I think I accidentally buried it under bubble wrap. Oh, I bet I did. I bet I did. Okay. I'm taking one last look for it. Okay. I guess we'll move on. I don't see it. I probably buried it under something by accident. I thought if I did it now, then I don't have to worry about the CRT being charged. If I do it later, then I have to also find my long screwdriver. All right. So let's see here. So I need to, all right, to use the SE30. All right, this is going to be somewhat awkward. Oh, I think we can do that right there. All right. So the metal fingers on the bottom of the board, which are where the programmer, or I guess the final test points are sitting on the paper part of the shield. Let me plug in the floppy emu to the floppy port, the internal floppy port. Thomas says the flyback has a discharge resistor. It's when the CRT is not hooked up, you can get a surprise. Oh, what, Thomas? I never assume the discharge resistor is working if it's been powered up, like, within the past 24. If it's been weeks since I had it powered up, I capacitors don't work that well. I mean, the CRT is basically a capacitor. It's been several weeks. Maybe I should still try to discharge it, but I don't. Probably do as I say, not as I do. Probably should still try to discharge it. But if it's been powered up in the past 24, I always discharge it just in case the discharge resistor is broken or missing or otherwise not doing what it should. Which is why I was going to do the swap before I power it up. All right. I need to find an ADB keyboard, and I need to find the AC power cable. Let's see, the AC power cable. All right. All right, my smart outlet is off. So, unfortunately, because of where the power switch is, I'm going to use my smart outlet to... Alright, I don't necessarily like the AC cable at that point, but whatever. Okay, let me find an ADB keyboard and mouse. Target acquired. Alright, I am going to have to use Droid Cam to attempt to show you what it's doing. Alright, so let's see here. Droid Cam. See here. Can I get that to stay? Okay. And the audience is now staring at the insulation in my ceiling. Wonderful. All right. Actually, just ignore the sound of all the screws in that cup falling to the ground, because if you haven't figured out by now, I knock over everything inevitably. Because I'm a klutz. And even when I remember that I'm a klutz and try to set things non-klutzily, I still manage to klutz it up. Okay. Oh, and I just realized I can't show you Droid Cam and turn on my smart outlet with my phone. All right. I guess that means I will have to use my non-existent pointy tappy finger that all the TikTokers use that I can't stand. Which means instead I'm going to just have to find a long pokey thingy. An IC tube will work. All right, hitting the button on the smart switch in 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. And I didn't plug the speaker in. All right. Flicker warning. All right. All right, we got rounded corners. We got the mouse cursor. The mouse cursor is moving. And we have a happy Mac. We have welcome to Macintosh. Thomas Armstrong says, I never remember dropping things. Oh, I hardly ever drop things. I just knock things over. Case in point, the isopropyl alcohol that yeah. It really doesn't matter where I set it. I'm going to knock it over. It lives. Yes, it does. All right, so if I run all the tests, start cycle, Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Ah, the test failed. Bad. Ah, bus error. I sure thought the memory test ran longer this time. Ah, that was not it. Yeah, I'll repeat it. Oh. Stian says, last time I made a bus error, it was going off route. Yeah. Thomas Armstrong says, flaky mucks. High address, maybe. All right. So to answer someone's question, what if I run everything but RAM? All right. Hi, John. John says, bus error means chip select not working or broken trace. Well, I'll have to see what does the chip select. All right, I don't have the printer serial port loopback plugs, so those are going to fail. In fact, the SCSI probably failed because there's no SCSI devices present. John says, could be a bad IC and RAM decoding area. Yeah, don't have a modem loopback plug. I should have probably just turned those off. Jesse says, didn't you hear? Marketing drives the bus. Wait, wrong audience. Oh, the CPU passed. ADB passed. Floating point passed. All right, PRAM. So PRAM passed. Let's see, the clock passed, although I know the clock sometimes just randomly fails. All right, SCSI bus. Okay, I don't have any SCSI devices connected. I think that does require a SCSI device connected. Naughty Robot says, at least old Apples have quality parts in them. It's not like Commodore 1541 floppy drives that run too hot because the ignoramuses at Commodore put the power supply in the drive chassis. And it was a big honkin' transformer, too. All right. So I think everything else is running as I would expect without a SCSI device or loopback plugs plugged in. Okay, so 0101 or 10101010 worked. 01010101. All ones, all zeros. Yeah, it ran that. Let's see if it's consistent. If it's always failing on the all zeros test. Capcom says, "Is this the same sim?" Yeah, they are. Because otherwise, I have to go find a matching set of 4 sims. And I have my limits as to, is there RAM in both banks? No, only the first bank. SE30 does not require memory in both banks. All right, so it runs through that pattern. It runs through that pattern. It runs through that pattern. Okay, here's the problem, Gutbomb. Why I didn't really want to. I don't know that the SE sims actually work. Point 5 says, was wondering if it was failing on a specific bank, but no. All right, fine. I'll take them out of the SE's board. No, I'm not so sure these are going to work in the SE30. Well, the SE's sims are 100 nanoseconds. They're also corroded as all get out. Also, I don't like plastic clips. All right, rant over on that. My SE's logic board is a hot mess. I'll put it that way. I think sound does work. I'll plug in speakers. Um, I gotta de-exit these sims from the SE before I can put them in. Yes, I could put the other 4 sims in, but there was an suggestion to use the sims from the SE for some reason. Probably so I would look at my SE and realize it's a hot mess, and then have to add something else to my ever-growing list of things that need to be addressed ASAP. By hot mess, I mean the rust on the logic board is worse than I thought it was. Capcom says SES30 is picky, but usually not that picky. It will use same RAM as the 2CI2. So if you've got some in there and it's easy to get to, that could be an option. Well, I don't know how, I mean, the RAM in the SE worked the last time I used it 2 years ago. But I don't remember if I ran Snooper to confirm it worked. Seriously, I have to de-exit the Sims. I'll go see what's in my CI, but my 2CI might have... One of my Macs has 16 megabyte Sims, and we are not sitting here waiting for the RAM test. I think my CI is the one that has the 16 megabyte Sims in it. I mean, I could be wrong. It might be the Quadra 700, but I think the 2CI is easy to get to. Let's see, my Quadra 700, there's too much stacked on top of it. The Quadra 650, I don't remember where the Sims are to know if I have to remove the drive cage or not. The 2CI, I don't think there's anything on top of it because the lid's off of it. Which would make it hard to put something on top of it now, wouldn't it? All right. Now, I tested both sets of Sims in MemTest. I had all 8 Sims in the same PC at the same time, and I ran MemTest, and I want to say I let it run for 3 loops. So, I mean, maybe, I don't remember which PC it was. One could argue that maybe I had the timing set on the PC until it was fairly slow timing. I mean, that is possible. Probably unlikely that I managed to run it slower on the PC than on this Mac, but I guess it's possible. John says it's not the RAM, it has to be a fault on the board. It could be a broken trace or addressing error bad SE. I am going to have to really strongly... I don't know that there's a broken trace on the board. I checked all the traces that ran under the capacitors. They all had continuity, and then I made sure that there was solder mask on them and cured before I recapped it. So I'm fairly sure that is not where, because I've seen Adrian Black's videos enough times to know that that has gotten him more than once. Thomas Armstrong says 80 is the minimum, 60 is best. Well, then these sims I pulled out of the SE are not going to work. But you're going to have to wait for me to finish deoxiding them because that's how corroded the contacts are, that I am going to finish deoxiding them and then not put them back in the SE logic board because I'm probably going to need to clean it too. All right, I'll go get some RAM from another Mac. The thing is, it looks like it's running to the all 0 bits. All right, we'll see you later, Thomas. If Snooper's display is to be believed, it made it to the 0 bits test this time. It wasn't doing that. Which, if that display's accurate, I almost would be inclined to say that maybe there is a bit that's stuck at 0. Or stuck at 1. Although I guess to the point, how did it pass the other patterns? But Thomas thinks it's a mux. Here I am just trying to think about how nice it would have been to already have this thing fixed, because I wanted to actually work on 2 Macs tonight. That's really why I started early. Not so much because I could today, but, well, I mean, that had something to do with it. But I was kind of really thinking, it'd be really nice if I could get this SE30 fixed. It should be easy. And then maybe I could look at the SE or an LC2. I wish I could test the Mux-In circuit, because I don't really want to play my least favorite game is the remove a chip and hope it fixes it, because that's how I break traces and pads, and SE30s are not, or it kind of intimidates me, honestly, because SE30s are usually too expensive. I managed to get this because it was listed auction format, and I took the gamble that maybe, just maybe, somehow I'll have found one that I won't get into too bad of a bidding war on, and I think I don't remember if I was bidder number 1 or bidder number 2, and I'm not sure exactly what about the listing scared people off, but I pretty much got it for near the minimum bid. I might have actually managed to get it minimum bid. Probably not a feat I'll be able to repeat soon, so I know I'm completely off camera on cleaning these Sims. Oh, and actually, I need to stop Droid Cam because the battery on my phone doesn't work as well as it used to. All right. Okay, so I've cleaned the Sims that came out of the SE, which are too slow for the SE30. Yeah, I don't, the Bell and Hal. Yeah, I don't, those go for ridiculous money. That is actually not, I don't really have any desire to get one of them because I don't ever remember seeing one growing up. Okay, so I'm going to unplug this so I can get to the Sims. Okay, so the memory from the SE is too slow because apparently 80 nanoseconds is the minimum, and there are 100 nanosecond Sims. So I will take this set of Sims out. I will put the other set in. I'm just going to put them in. I'm not going to bother cleaning them because that'll take too long. Besides, I think there's still some deox in the socket, so I'm hoping that'll get it. And if they fail, then I'll go pull RAM out of another Mac. We'll rule out the possibility that maybe these Sims that came in this SE30 were just put there by someone maybe installed to put RAM in it, but never actually used that way. I've bought enough things on eBay to know that that is a distinct possibility that someone put RAM in it just so there would be RAM in it. Oh, I guess I probably should start Droid Cam again here. Oh, I don't think I heard audio. Of course, my speakers might be... It is possible my speakers are turned down. Oh, my speakers might actually be turned down. Actually, let's try something here. No, we'll do Snooper. I did turn the speakers up. I mean, I'm presuming this is a headphone jack. This is the second set of Sims that came in the SE30. Oh, trying to... And then if they don't work, I'll go pull... Oh. I'll go pull some memory from the 2CI, probably. Alright. The memory test does seem to be running further, though, than it was. Okay, we definitely have audio. All right, let's see if it's consistent. All right, we definitely have audio. Now, I'm using an SE chassis just because it works. I know it works. Okay. Okay, so... All right, let me go... I mean, I guess we could try the SE RAM. Yeah, it's failing on the all zeros pattern. I mean, assuming that it stops the display where it's failing. Because I don't know. All right, we'll try the SE RAM, although I think it's too slow. Because Thomas Armstrong said the minimum was 80 nanoseconds, and it's 100 nanoseconds. But then again, it might also work because it wouldn't be the first time that a spec was made just because they wanted to sell you new Sims instead of you moving them from your old Mac. Oh. All right. It's quite possible this may do something entirely different if it really doesn't like 80 nanosecond RAM. Oh, no chime. Okay. I don't think it likes that RAM at all. All right. All right. Then this is probably... Or I didn't get one inserted, maybe? No, it's probably not supported. It's 100 nanosecond, and it probably is too slow. So I'm not gonna spend time troubleshooting something that I'm pretty sure is it's listed as too slow in the manual and it doesn't work. Well, congratulations. We will get to see why you don't put 64 megabytes of memory in an SE30. Meanwhile, someone in the chat is probably saying, well, can't you steal memory from another Mac? One that doesn't have 16 megabyte sims in it? Well, I could, but it would take longer. Alright. Hardware Hacker says, I'd do it. Well, I mean, it's not that it's not compatible. No, I do not have a Raminator. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh! Now I know why those other memories didn't work at all. Two identical colored power plugs. Ooh, that was unhappy. Alright, did I not get one of the sims in? Alright, let's see here. Alright, that sim's in. I mean, this could be very telling. Alright, I'm reseating this memory. It should theoretically be compatible. Alright, let's try again. That's a sad Mac. So it does not like these sims. Yeah, and we had Smazzy Mac too. I don't know that the SE sims are actually compatible. Although it is very telling that it, I think it was very telling that we got a sad Mac on with 64 megabyte sims. Maybe I'm jumping to conclusions, but maybe I'm also... Well, I'm having trouble getting these sims to go in. All right. Alan says 16 megabyte sims won't work without a patch ROM. Well, then how do people use? How did people back in the day do 128 megabytes? Because they didn't have ROMinators back then. Okay, so I guess we can't jump to conclusion on the 16 megabyte sims. Well, I guess we could, but it would be the wrong conclusion. Well, Gutbomb, how do you start the thing up with 16 megabyte sims without it sad-macking? Oh. 2SI ROM sim will fix it? Oh, but my 2SI doesn't have a ROM sim. I think it actually has the ROMs soldered to the logic board. All right. I'm about to jump to conclusions again. It's pretty consistent. Naughty Robot says me gets the jump to conclusions game math out. All right, let's see if it's consistent. Let me also see if I can remember where I have four megabyte sims. Oh, you know, I might have some 4 megabyte sims that are okay. All right, we'll try one last thing if I can find the 4 megabyte sims. I am not going to leave them in the Mac because they're parity sims. I haven't tested them, but I think they meet the speed criteria. I want to know one thing. I want to know if it fails at the same place. If I put, like, does it? I can't look for. Oh, what did I do with the sims? I had a bot All right, have a. Oh, there they are. I see them. They were on my bench. I want to know if I put 16 megabyte sims in, is it going to do the same thing? Run to the all zeros test and then fail. Or will we get a bus error sooner, meaning that the bus error is maybe related to Snooper trying to run the next test and failing? So I'm going to put some 4 megabyte sims in temporarily. They are 70 nanoseconds, so they should be timing compatible. But they're parity sims, which is why I don't want to install them in an SE30, because SE30s can't use parity RAM, but many 386 and 486 boards actually require parity RAM, or at least require it for the first boot for you to go into CMOS and turn off parity checking. Very annoying behavior. I think 486s sometimes have it disabled. 386s, it's usually, why would you want to do that? We're not going to let you. All right. Ian says, I have a hunch that one of your address lines is always a 1, regardless of what the sim does. Or rather, one of your data lines, to be exact. I don't think I have a data line problem. And the reason why is, if I had a data line problem, I don't think I should be able to boot into anything. Because if I had a data line stuck, then I don't think I should get a, I don't think I'd be able to boot, I don't think I would get far enough to get a bootable system. Now, if there was an address line stuck, if it was high enough up in memory, then I could, and not like stuck on the entire bus, I could totally see being able to get into Snooper and start to run a test. Yeah, it's not like there's spare data. Oh, I've got an ATX extension cable somewhere, Gut Bomb, but actually you should probably loan me one and I'll put your name on it. Oh, thank you. Because I've managed to misplace mine, as you probably figured. Unfortunately, they're not valuable enough to put. Very interesting. Very interesting. No, not quite consistent. Do you notice something? Like, something it... Yeah, Gutbomb says it didn't crash, but it failed at the same point. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I should have turned off SCSI test. Yeah, it didn't crash this time. I know, I don't have loopback plugs. Stop it. Stop it. Okay, let's do this. Because I want to let it loop a couple times. There we go. You would think I'd go find an external blue SCSI that has a image on it just to make it a little happier during that test, but Socket Wrench says, I have no loopback and must beep. Yes. All right, so test failed. Bad. And now we're testing PRAM. Okay, so... All right, let's see here. Does this make sense? So with 1 megabyte sims, we get a bus error. With 4 megabyte sims, we don't get a bus error. Quite honestly, I would expect it to be the other way around because we had more memory and we'd be using higher address lines. But okay, whatever. These sims are 70 nanoseconds, but that should be fine. I mean, the other ones I was trying to use, the ones that were in the SE30 were 80 nanoseconds. There we are. We've looped again. Is it possible? Okay, is it possible? Ooh, here we go. This might be. Okay, so if we think we have a RAM mux that is flaky, what if it's not one of the high address RAM muxes? What if it's the RAM mux that would be one of the address lines between 4 megabytes and 16 megabytes? Being that we got the bus error because whatever the mux is doing let Snooper try to access a memory address that wasn't present because there was only 4 megabytes. But with 16 megabytes, there was something there. Even though it was an inappropriate access, something was there behind it. I think I have an idea of... All right. So why don't we let this loop a couple more times? Because if we don't get a bus error, then I'm totally thinking it's probably... we just narrowed down which address lines it might be. Maybe. Sometimes I do my best thinking at night. Also, I'm probably going to have to go off a Droid Cam because... Or go run up and grab the battery pack for my phone. Actually, maybe that's the better idea. Let me go... Alright, let me go grab the battery pack for my... I've got a lightning cable. I don't have a 32-bit clean ROM, John. So... Gupbum says, I bet your phone is hot like lava right now. Yeah, it's coming in hot, and I don't know the rest of that song to try to sing it. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, let me go grab the my battery pack with lightning cable so I can at least plug my phone into a charger so the battery doesn't just up and die. And I'm gonna go grab another bottle of water so I have something cold because this one's now lukewarm because it's been sitting out for 4 hours. In the meantime, I'm going to mute my mic, but I'm going to let Snooper run. So if this SE30 does something bad, then just scream in the chat. Mike's asking, what should I do with a found Macintosh 2CI? 2CI is a nice Mac. You should use it. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. All right. So, got the battery pack. Well, there we go. I guess that's close enough. All right. Oh, interesting. Oh. Oh, there we go. I think now it's actually charging. I should probably check on my phone to see, but hold on. Oh. Oh, yeah. I'm going to have to check because I did something that caused Droid Cam to stop. All right. It is charging. And, oh. There we go. Oh. Well, come on, Droid Cam. Why you misbehave? Oh, it's probably OBS. It's always OBS. There we go. It probably was Droid Cam. I think it disconnected when I plugged the charger in and my phone asked for my password. And, well. Actually, John, I've got a theory. I don't think, well, we're still getting a RAM failure. I'm thinking that it's a addressing issue potentially between 4 and 16 megabytes. So I was about to pull out a calculator when I saw that Discord was giving me a notification, and turns out it has nothing to do with the stream. It's channel I follow has made it to 300,000 subscribers. So congratulations to the Save It for Parts channel. David Starbucks says, with OBS, you get what you pay for. All right, so I've pulled out the calculator, and I'm going to do a little math here. So 1024 times 1024, that's a megabyte. So times 4, so 4 megabytes. In binary, it looks like that's 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 21, 22, 23. Looks like that'd be the 23rd bit is 4 megabytes. And then 16 is going to be bits 24 and 25. So I'm thinking okay, this is my guess, that the address line we're having trouble with is going to be address lines 24 or 25, but that's one based. So it's going to be 23 or 24. And I've got the calculator in front of the chat, so I did not see that Dave joined. Hi, Dave. Welcome. 23 and 24. That's my guess. So bits 23 and 24 are on, they are on the same RAM mux. They are on UI 4. Oh, which is actually the highest RAM mux. Interesting. Yeah, UI 4. So that's my first guess. Just bet 23 or 24. All right, so it looks like we're not getting a bus error. John says max 8 megabytes of RAM with the original ROM. I thought it was if I were running a debugger, you could check if the error is in the ROM. I am not running a debugger. I don't have a debugger set up. Wait, I thought the SE30 supported 32 megabytes of RAM, not 8. I mean, yeah, you have to run mode 32. I thought Apple said it supported 32. Could this whole problem be that the Snooper emergency disk is... Is this whole problem the Snooper emergency disk? Have I just spent time repairing a board all because the Snooper emergency disk can't handle 4 megabytes of RAM on a 32-bit dirty SE30? Wait, that doesn't make sense. It didn't work with 4 megabytes. But you're right, it's probably only seeing 8. The thing is, I don't have a 32-bit clean ROM. Because my 2SI doesn't have a ROM. In fact, I don't think any of them shipped with a ROM. Maybe some of them did. This is so confusing. Now you have me doubting that there's even a problem to begin with. I'm not. You don't have to worry. I'm not getting a Synchro 30. I don't need 256 megabytes of RAM. I'm not in it to put every last upgrade in an SE30. I just want an SE30 that's representative, albeit maybe with 32 megabytes in it, which would be somewhat non-representative, but I want something that's closer to the original experience than the maxed out to the hilt color screen 256 megs of RAM, blah 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 blah. No MacFX clear case for this SE30. Nope. That's not to say that... Okay, I guess because I've got a bunch of new subscribers, I probably should... Some of you don't know my general rules of, like, vintage... Like, how I do vintage computers. The first of any type that I have, I try to leave it as close to stock as possible. So despite the fact that I'm using an SE chassis to test an SE30, that's for convenience. But when I put this back in the chassis, it is my first SE30, and I am going to leave it as close to stock as possible, albeit reversible upgrades are allowed. So I may put 16 or 32 megs of RAM in it, but yeah, and installing software, I mean, you can reverse that. I mean, Blue Scuzzies are fine, although I have a working hard drive for it, but I mean, Blue Scuzzies are fine. You can always put the hard drive back in, but no crazy cases, no upgrades that require you to solder things that make it hard to reverse. Yeah, I do have some exceptions, though. Yeah, putting things in the PDS slot applies, but actually for some of those upgrades, you're now running into I have a limited budget for vintage computing, and the Synchro 30 and all the other cool SE30 upgrades, just, I'd buy them and I've spent half my vintage computing budget for the year, so yeah. Yeah, installing things in the PDS slot, you can reverse that, but no, like, cutting crazy holes or... and in fact, I usually like them to look stock. So you probably won't see the first one in a MacFX case. However, I do have exceptions, because I realize in vintage computing, sometimes the first item of a computer that you get, there may be problems with it that require drastic measures. So, if the computer is unusable as it is, so like if I got a computer and the case was completely smashed, like if this SE30 arrived and the case was destroyed, then that's exception number one. I mean, you can't use it without some sort of an enclosure or way to hold the parts, because it's not like you can hold the CRT in your hands while you type. You can't do that. Don't try that. In that case, then the first if this case was smashed, then yeah, I might be putting it in a MacFX case, because that's better than nothing. Then you'd probably better believe I'd probably try to find a second one with an intact case. So one exception is it cannot be used as it came, because something is damaged beyond repair. Case, screen, whatever. Second exception is for reversible mods. So if I can reverse it easily, so I mean it doesn't require cutting, drilling, whatnot, then I will sometimes consider that. Like, that's Blue Scuzzies. Although I do like the sound of hard drives, but Blue Scuzzy, okay, you can reverse that. Plug things in PDS slots, that's reversible. Soldering within reason, as long as you're not, like, having to cut traces and whatnot. If it's an extensive mod, then it might go against I like it to be close to stock, but anyways, yeah, because I want it to be functional, but I don't, the first one, if I'm only going to have one of it, that's not the one that's going to get upgraded. Yeah, so as John says, you can use the machine with 4 megabytes. 8 megabytes would be nice. 128 megabytes is ridiculous. Yes, you probably won't see me put 128 megabytes in this one. Maybe 16 or 32, that is pretty ridiculous. I'd quite honestly be happy with 8 if I could get 8 to work reliably. And what do you know? I have 8, but it's just not working reliably. Ian says, I find 24 to 32 megabytes to be the sweet spot for the SE30. So yeah, I might very well get 32 megabytes of RAM for it. And now the thing is, though, you probably won't see me put a Raminator in it. And the reason is because I think that's cheating, just to put it bluntly. Sure, it makes it 32-bit clean, but I don't like the fact they changed the boot icon, the ROM disk thing. It just feels like it's cheating. It's not a classic. I mean, maybe I put a 2SI ROM in it as long as it still reports as an SE30, because that would drive me nuts. But I don't have a 2SI ROM. Let me check. I'm pretty sure my 2SI has the ROMs soldered to the logic board, which is why I haven't pulled its ROM to see if this problem is the SE30's ROM. But let me go check. Maybe I forgot that it had a ROM sim, but I'm pretty sure I have a 2SI that has soldered ROMs. I think I already checked this. Let me go check. Okay, no. My 2SI does not have a ROM sim. It has soldered ROMs. I cannot rule that out. 2CI ROM. Okay, let me go check, but I'm pretty sure my 2CI also has soldered ROMs. I don't think I have anything... unless there's some way to fit a PowerMax 6100 ROM in an SE30 to make it 32-bit clean, I think that's the only system I have that has a ROM sim. Let me go check the 2CI. I will double check it, but I'm pretty sure it has soldered ROMs as well. Oh, no, wait a minute. I know it has soldered ROMs. I don't need to check. I just realized it does have soldered ROMs. Gutbomb says, you do not have a ROM sim in your 2CI. Yeah. Yeah, oh, Gutbomb says, I remember your 2CI streams. You do not have a ROM sim in your 2CI. Yeah. Okay. Gutbomb says, I actually have a GG Labs ROM sim. Maybe I'll get one. It's kind of the... I don't know. Maybe it's one of my slight annoyances in the retro computing community is there are so many things that everyone says you have to have one of that I have to prioritize. And Raminators or other ROM sims is one of them, and I just have to prioritize. Because with the 2SI or the 2CI, there's really no reason to have a ROM sim because they're both 32-bit clean from Apple. So that's why I don't have a... That's probably the real reason I don't have a Raminator. I had no use for one. Alright. So, I guess... yeah, I'd probably leave the RAM check enabled because that feels like cheating. I mean, yeah, stock startup sound, stock icon, and it better be reporting it as an SE30 because I don't want my SE30 to have an identity crisis. Also, I know JDW released a video this morning, I think it was this morning, maybe it was yesterday, on the color upgrade for your SE30. It's like $700, so no, I won't be getting it. However, if anyone knows what panel that uses, or if there's a 3D model to mount said panel in a 9-inch display opening, I have an IBM portable personal computer. Actually, I have two of them. One of which has a necked CRT. The other of which the Hulk manhandled the wrong term. Hulk handled the IBM portable personal computer chassis, so it is like bent up beyond belief, but I can probably straighten it back out. I wouldn't mind putting an LCD panel in the second portable personal computer chassis to make it work. And that doesn't violate my rule, because remember, it's the first one of anything usually stays stock. But it also wouldn't violate my rule because you can't use it with that. Well, I mean, I guess you could plug it in an external CRT, but that kind of defeats the purpose of it being portable. But yeah, I really thought it'd be nice to put a panel in the second one. I thought it would be cool, and then plug it into the CRT connection inside. But yeah, 500's still over my budget for something like that. Although maybe I'll email him and see what the panel itself would cost, because I wouldn't mind. Because the thing is, the IBM portable personal computer has the same mounting locations for the CRT as does a Macintosh, and it's the same size CRT. And as Gutbomb put it, the charm of these things is 1-bit monochrome graphics. I'd never want color on an SE30. Gutbomb says, my alcohol expired in 2020. $2022. No, I think it expires in 2027. I think Amazon printed the label in not in American format, because this appears to be a product of the US and Canada. So I think it said expired 2027-01-22. And naturally, I have spilled alcohol on the label, so it's partly unreadable. Gutbomb says, lol, MySQL style date. Okay, what was I going to do? Oh, I was trying to find Blue SCSI external, and I'm thinking we'll try to boot Mac OS. I would like to rule out that we're having some weirdness because of 32-bit dirty mode. I was hoping, alright, I ideally would like to use an external Blue SCSI so that I don't have to dangle the SCSI cable dangerously around the CRT. Oh. Alright, in a pinch. Oh, I have a whole brand new bottle of MX6. Wonderful. Unfortunately, there's nothing on an SE30 that needs thermal paste. So hopefully I will remember I have that for when I actually need thermal paste, because I didn't realize I had that. So, okay. I don't... David Starbucks says, alcohol expiring is a funny concept to me. It really doesn't. Yeah, I know. I mean, I guess it doesn't expire, but it doesn't alcohol absorb moisture? So maybe what it really is, that past that date, they can't guarantee that the seal has stayed intact for it not to absorb moisture. Because I was thinking that alcohol was hydroscopic. Okay, David says I know. I think he's confirming. Yes, I was remembering correctly that alcohol absorbs moisture. Bruce is asking, all fixed. I am not. I'm not sure. I'm trying to find a Blue SCSI because I was going to install Mac OS or find a Blue SCSI that has Mac OS and Snooper on it, which is going to require me to put my thinking cap on to remember which Mac I pull it from. Because I actually want to. I want to run Snooper. I want to install Mode 32 on the Mac OS install and then run Snooper and run the memory check again. Because I want to rule out that it's some funky 32-bit dirty problem. Because I seemingly fixed the problem by putting 16 megabytes of RAM in it. Although, I also, if this isn't a 32-bit dirty clean issue, I think I know which one of the RAM muxes I want to replace. But before I go and replace something that may not be bad, I want to actually boot into a proper OS that's running Mode 32. Because I don't have a ROM sim to fix the problem that way. David says they want consistent product quality. Yeah. It attracts moisture once packaged. Yep. Oh, Soccer Wrench says, also to not get sued by someone who used something in a janky container. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, also, yeah, product liability. For when someone in like the year 2040 uses the bottle that expired in 2027 and then sues because it's not 99.9% pure anymore, then yeah, Amazon could say, well, it expired. Wait. Probably not sued because there's probably an arbitration agreement in your Amazon license agreement. If there isn't, there probably will be. All right, what was I looking for? A Mac with a Blue SCSI in it that I can swipe the SD card, or an SD card that I'm not using. Oh, well, there's an over easy. That'll make it easy to use a internal Blue SCSI. No, that Blue SCSI doesn't have jumpers on it. That one doesn't have jumpers on it. That one does. Hold, please. I'm trying to find a Blue SCSI that I've actually used so that I know it actually works. Probably plugged into a Mac somewhere. I've got an over easy. Now I just need to find an SD card and write a. All right, so yes, fastest way to make an external blue scuzzy from an internal blue scuzzy is to use an over easy. Oh, and after all that, I just found the blue scuzzy I was looking for. Of course. It was sitting beside me the whole time. Alright. Alright, let me find my SD card reader, which has probably run away. Obviously, one thing I did not get to today was cleaning my bench. I guess I'll have to do that next weekend. Alright. Oh, there it is. Whoops. Alright. Let me, Alright. Let me format this card. Have I considered putting up a camera? Well, I don't think my stuff grows legs. I'll put it that way. I think it's just that I forget where I put it when I'm done with it because I just have my hands on so much stuff when I stream. I just... Or the other problem is, or the other problem I have is that I really hastily put stuff away. Oh, this card has, oh, a CD image on it. Oh, well, this was already formatted for a blue scuzzy. Let me just find a... I think it's because when I do put stuff away, I just do a bad job of putting it away because I like hastily clean my bench off because it usually happens last minute when I realize how messy it is. All right, so I'm going to go to Blue Scuzzy, and I'm going to just grab a pre-installed macOS image. How about for this SE30? Um, Actually, I think it'll probably depend on what version of Mode 32 I use. Well, that's weird. I can't search the Macintosh Garden. Telling me I don't have permission to access the server. What's that about? Alright. I guess I'll have to find mode 32 somewhere else. Alright. Oh, no, I can get to the garden. I can't search the garden. Oh, now I can. Okay, they must have had a temporary problem. Alright, so... Okay, so I guess if I use version 7.5, I guess I should be fine. Alright. That's a stuffed image. Alright. Oh, the Macintosh Garden's getting too many requests. Oh, alright. Well, I was able to download it from the other site, which limits you to one download every 10 minutes unless you create an account. Or whatever it's telling it. Macintosh Garden's just getting too many requests. I can't download it. So I sure hope I can open this Stuff It file because that's the only one I can download for another 9 minutes. Alright, alright, we'll use this image. Alright. I got it. Alright. So obviously seems like it's working fine. Alright. Let's go ahead and shut that down. Alright, we're copying the hard drive image. Hardware hacker says, stop trampling the garden flowers. Well, David, I do have a local archive, but I've never downloaded Mode 32 before because there's only 4 Macs that you need to use Mode 32 with. The SE30, the 2, the 2X, and the 2CX. I don't own a 2CX. I don't own a 2X. I don't own a 2. And this is my first SE30, so it will go in my local repository. I just wasn't realizing I might have a Mode 32 problem, or I got another problem, but anyways. So, how are we going to Blue Scuzzy? Well, this is going to be the most redonkulous contraption you've ever seen. We're going to put a Blue Scuzzy in the external Scuzzy using an over easy. And David Starbucks says, you don't own them yet, you mean? Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, I have to admit, I kind of would like a 2X. If I have a 2X, I don't really need an X. Or a 2. Socket Wrench says, it's Action Retro X. Yeah. And we'll put an SD card in it and power the Mac up just as soon as it finishes copying the file. Excellent. It finished copying the file. Alright. So we'll make sure it boots with the SD card. And I'm hoping this install has... Alright. One other thing I do need to do is I need to copy the... I need to copy that stuffed image to my floppy emu's SD card. Because the floppy emu has a mode where if you select a file that's not a disk image, it will turn it into a disk image on the fly, and that is the way I will get the Mode 32 Stuff It file onto a Mac to be able to unstuff it so I can install it. So, 3210. Welcome to Macintosh. Dave says I will have to donate one to your channel. Excellent. Okay, this is a good sign. We just booted into OS 7, which probably means the printer and serial port are working. Because System 7 will hang on boot if the serial and parallel port chips are not working. Also, fun fact, you will spend an inordinate amount of time rebuilding the desktop. I've probably spent at least a day of my life waiting for the desktop to rebuild. Cumulative, not like all at once. And I'm slightly exaggerating. It is actually a very good sign that it just works. Please continue to wait. Our next available representative will rebuild the desktop file as soon as they can find all the parts. I mean, I could have maybe told it to stop, but generally if it thinks it needs to rebuild the desktop file, it's probably a good idea to let it. Alright. Well, there we go. So it sees 16 megabytes of memory, and the system software is using 10 of it. Alright, that tracks. Does this image have... No, it does not have stuffing on it. That could be a problem. Oh, wait. That's not a problem. Got the Stuff and Expander installer on my floppy emu. There we go. Hopefully it's the right version. Or a correct version. That will work. Alright. If anyone is wondering, yes, I'm having to use the OBS window because the CRT is not facing me, as you can probably tell by the awkward position of me in the frame. Yeah, complete installation. That sounds good. Sure. That sounds good. I wish I had Speed Doubler now, but that wouldn't fix the installer because I don't think the installer is redrawing the progress bar every byte. Although that might be a slight exaggeration. I have a feeling Jack is probably on his flight by now, I would hope. Because when he was in the chat last, he was on a 5-hour layover. Alright. Excellent. Alright. You're done. Alright. Let's see here. Let me eject the installer. Alright. So now... Oh, there we go. Alright. So now... I copy this stuffit file to the hard drive. yeah, the floppy emu just basically took that stuffit file and created a disk image on the fly, and that's pretty cool. All right. So now if I unstuff the, whoop. Oh, I'm going to need to probably install disk copy too. All right. One step at a time. Okay. This is probably not the version of disk copy that I want, but oh no, I don't think that's right. I need a newer version. All right, hold please. Okay, while I figure out which version of disk copy I need, let me at least copy Snooper over. All right, I think I want version. There we go, 633. That'll work. Excellent. All right. So I guess we'll have to be. All right. So I want to try something here. Okay. So I'm going to have to copy that image file to my floppy emu so I can copy it on the Mac. Luckily, it's a bin file which I can extract with Snooper with Stuffit Expander, and then it's a self-mounting image. But I am curious here if I run these tests. Oh, I can run the SCSI one now. So what happens if I run this test now? And will we get a bus error? Will it fail? I'm only going to let it run once. Because if we get a bus error, then I'll power the Mac down and I'll copy the file to the floppy emu SD card, and then we'll go from there and get mode 32 installed. And if it actually doesn't bus error, well, I'll stop the cycle and shut down and then pull the SD card out of the floppy emu. And if this passes, then all right, well, there's the pattern that it was. Look at that. Memory test okay. What's that all? Is it possible the emergency disc is not compatible with the SE30? Yeah, it like passed. Okay, let's get mode 32 installed so I can run the full memory test. David Starbucks asking what's different. I was running the full version of Snooper. GeoHam's like, so what's the problem? The memory test was failing. And now it's passing. The only thing I can think of is that I got sent on a snipe hunt because of some incompatibility of the Snooper emergency disc in the SE30, which I was not aware of. I mean, I probably did need to reflow the RAM sockets, but... Oh, Dave. So you run Snooper 2.0 on your SE30, works fine, but have you ever run the Snooper emergency disc? It's like a bootable... I would be curious if you tried it on your SE30 that I presume is working, if it might do the same thing. Jesse says these computers are still more fun than the modern ones. Okay, so let's get this mode 32 installed, which will require me to... All right. There we go. So there's... All right, I guess I'm... Oh, that's right. I gotta let it copy first. I guess I'm glad I didn't just go chasing or replacing a address mux, because that wouldn't have fixed it. That would have not fixed it at all. I would have probably still had the same problem, because it was... I bet it was Snooper. I'm sure someone will inevitably... I will inevitably get a message from someone. Or I'll mention in a Discord that, hey, I got it fixed. And inevitably, someone is going to like, leave a message that says, oh, yeah, that's broken on the SE30. Just watch. Just watch. I will get a message. It'll be a comment, or I'll get an email, or someone will let me know on Discord. It'll be like, oh, yeah, I saw your stream. Yeah, that's broken on the SE30. All right, there's the disk copy. All right, we'll go ahead and copy disk copy over. Oh, wait a minute. Let me install disk copy another way. Because there's a README file. All right, let's do this. And we'll drag this here. In case there was any... I think there was only 2 files on the floppy disk. Joe is asking, I'm back. Is it working better now? Yes, it is working better now. Yes, it would appear as if Snooper might have been the problem the whole time. Oh, that's not cool. I don't think this mode 32 image is well, let me re-extract it. Yeah, it would appear well, it would appear as if mode try to install mode 32 so I can let the system see all the RAM. And apparently I got the wrong version of disk copy. Oh, okay, I have to wait 20 more seconds to download this. Oh, nope, the garden, apparently the garden's not overloaded, so I just downloaded it. Alright. I downloaded disk copy 633, which supposedly runs with macOS 7.5. But it kind of seems like well, disk copy didn't like the image file that I'm I don't know what the problem was. I'm going to presume that maybe the one I downloaded was just corrupted. So I downloaded the other version of the file, which has been hexed instead of stuffed, and maybe it'll work better. I don't know. Yeah, it could have been a corrupt file. If this still doesn't work, then I'll probably have to download a different copy of disk copy, although unfortunately there's not too many more versions I can copy or download. Because I don't think I want disk copy 4.2. Alright, let's, okay, let's see. Alright, so there's the bin hex copy. Alright, so there's the stuff it copy. I'll drag that to the trash. If I double click that, will stuff it expander pick it up? No, of course not. Alright. Alright, so there we go. Coding the bin hex. If this doesn't work, I'll probably have to try an older version of disk copy. Oops, I forgot to delete the, oh, wait! It mounted the... It mounted it. It was a corrupt... It was a corrupt, image. Do not register. Do not guilt me into registering. I'm sure Apple will only try to sell me the newest, latest, and greatest Mac if I register mode 32. Welcome to Macintosh. Do we get a pretty mode 32 icon? Oh, let me guess. It's disabled by default, and we have to have another oh, there we go! There we go. So, I'm hoping... System software 11 megabytes. Oh, I bet mode 32 is not running. Oh, that would probably be why right there. Have to turn on 32-bit addressing. That would explain it. Because System 753 does not take 11 megabytes of memory. Unless you don't have 32-bit addressing turned on, then it's basically consuming the memory you can't address. Or unless you have a whole bunch of extensions running, which Well, that would probably slow the system down. So assuming that we have a normal amount of memory used, we'll run Snooper again. Yeah, the SE30 does need retro brighting. Oh, but this SE case... Oh, this SE case... you're getting fooled on this SE case by the white balance. That's just the color temperature. Yeah, this SE does not need retro brighting. It's just the color temperature of my lights, and apparently there's something on my lens. Oh, there we go. There we go. System software is only using a reasonable amount. All right, we can run Snooper. I have to say I'm somewhat embarrassed by the fact that it looks like it was the Snooper emergency disc the entire time. There we go. I've got 16 megabytes of memory. Hardware Hacker says the Snooper emergency disc was just being hot garbage. Yeah. So at least I can tell you, though, my SE logic board needs some work. There's some rust around the so there's the metal shield on the SE's logic board. There's rust at the bottom of it, so I have a feeling the SE did take some water in on the bottom. And then there's some other rust around the board. So I'm going to have to clean it pretty good. I may have to desolder the shield and do some rust mitigation on it, just to make sure that rust doesn't cause problems on the logic board. I think it probably still works. It just needs cleaned. David Starbucks says I'd leave it alone at this point. John says, now you can run SimCity and not worry about your city size. Well, I do need to buy some Sims for this Mac, because these Sims here are my parody Sims for PCs, and that's what I currently have in it. I don't want to leave parody memory in a Mac that doesn't use parody memory. It won't hurt anything, except that's less memory for me to put in a PC that requires parity memory. Because I have some PCs that require parity memory. No way around it. And then I have some that requires it for the first boot, then you can turn it off. But SE30 doesn't use parity at all, so it's... I mean, sure, for the immediate moment, I'll leave this memory in it, but I'll get some... probably what I'll do is I'll order 32 megabytes of memory for it. Because if I'm going to order memory, I might as well. After all, the original hard drive has WordPerfect. How many pages of WordPerfect documents can we do in 32 megabytes? So, yeah, apparently the problem was Snooper emergency disk. David Starbucks says, I need to fire up SimCity on my 486. It's been too long. Hardware Hacker says, David, I'm also going to attempt the overclock done by Gutbomb on a Power Mac 6166. He bumped it to 80 megahertz, I believe. I'm going to try for 100. All right, I am quite happy that I didn't actually have to replace surface mount chips. That is that I would do a happy dance, but all right, while we let this run another pass, I'm going to go to eBay, the place where I buy the things I later regret. And we're going to search for 4 megabyte 30-pin Sims. Those are parity. Those are 1 megabyte Sims. Nice try, eBay. Oh, here we go. Okay, I think eBay is, I think eBay might be drunk right now because I'm pretty sure the seller is in the United States. Um, I don't think so, eBay. I don't think so. And the fact that you can see that it's on my watch list should probably tell you that it was not $89 shipping when I added it to my watch list. All right. I'm going to actually view the page to see if eBay normalizes the shipping price, because sometimes it... Oh, okay, does anyone want to guess in the chat how much shipping actually costs on those memory modules? So the search page said $89 shipping. Does anyone want to guess how much shipping actually is? I'll give folks a moment to add their guesses in the chat. David Starbucks says $10. Dave's Vintage Apple Tech says $12.99. Jesse says $3.99. Geo Ham guessed it. It was free shipping. eBay, do better. That is exactly how people scroll past things in the search. You show them, I mean, yeah, they're in Fremont, California. Sure, I mean, $10 ground advantage. I mean, I could believe that, but there you go. Just so it's on the record, they're free USPS ground advantage. $64 megabyte, 4x16, 30-pin, Apple Mac Quadros 700, Performa 600, Mac 2SI, Mac SE30 Sim. Oh, I'm not going to put 128 in this Mac because I don't have... I mean, that is a good price, though. $40 for 416 megabyte Sims. I'm just going to put 32 megabytes in this Mac. That feels like the right amount of RAM. Although I think those 16 megabyte sims are on my watch list for a different Mac. And I guess there's nothing to say that I couldn't get a 32-bit clean ROM and try it someday, but for this Mac, the way I will leave it is with like 16 or 32 megabytes of RAM. Yeah, eBay's being annoying with their shipping prices. There's something's going on with their search. They're showing ridiculous shipping prices on everything. David Starbuck says, no one ever complained about having too much RAM. Well, having too much RAM on an SE30 requires a 32-bit clean ROM. And I don't have a 32-bit clean ROM at the moment. So, yeah, I guess I am complaining about having too much RAM. Jesse says, I maxed out my first computer because the RAM was $5 new old stock. Yeah. Hardware Hacker says, well, I have 132 megabytes in my Color Classic Mystic, and it takes forever to boot initially. I mean, how much are the ROM sims? I guess I can look. So we got the Macrominator 2 from Big Mess of Wires. It's $45. We've got the Mac Sim from GG Labs. It's $29, but they're currently on break. Actually, that's not a bad price. So I couldn't order one of those right now if I wanted to because GG Labs is on break. All right. Oh, Dave's Vintage Apple Tech says I will send you one. Oh, thanks, Dave. I wasn't sure exactly what you said you were going to send me one of because I had been talking about several things. Cool. All right. I should have probably asked you when you first said that to clarify what you were going to send me because I had been just talking about several Mac models I did not have. So I was like, so it was kind of one of those. I wasn't sure what you were talking about, but whatever you were going to send me, I was agreeable to. So yes, all right. I will not order one because you are going to send me one. It's good that we clarified that so that I don't unnecessarily order something. That means I can put it towards RAM for this computer. Anyways, I mean, I reflowed the SIM sockets. I'm not sure that actually was the problem. I mean, it certainly will not hurt. But it probably wasn't the problem. The problem was probably Snooper emergency disk the entire time. Because we're running fine. This Mac works great. We're running with 16 megabytes of memory. All right, I got a crazy idea for the last, 12 minutes. We're going to end the cycle here. We're going to quit Snooper. We're going to shut down. Oh, thank you, Hardware Hacker. I think. Hold on. Oh, there we go. There we go. Had to wait for the chat to load. All right, thank you. $9.99 super chat for some Memory Masters RAM. All right, thank you. Yeah, I will get some of that on order. But just to make sure this SE30 is working swimmingly, all right. Because fortunately, I have 12 or 16 of these 4 megabytes. I think I bought 12 of them. Or maybe I bought 16 and... Oh, no, I think I did buy 16 and 4 of them are in something right now. So I'm going to put another 16 megabytes of memory in this SC30. Now that we've got mode 32 installed and it seems to be working great. So let's make sure that with 32 megabytes of RAM, that's probably a good place to end the stream, is seeing 32 megabytes of RAM working. We'll run Snooper. We'll make sure 32 megabytes passes. I think I have run memory tests on these memory modules. I'm not totally sure, but 32 with mode 33. Oh, thank you, Jesse. We got at $9.99 super chat. Precious memories. Thank you. Yeep. All right. Oh. 32 with mode... Oh. Meant 32. All right. 32 with mode 32. Yes. All right. I'll set the... I will set the clock at some point, but there's no battery in here right now. I want to get one of those coin cell battery boards. Because I think the SE30 will be one of the Macs that I will probably use more. Oh, can we see about this Mac again? Oh, sure. Yeah, that probably would be a... Oh, yeah, let's... Yeah, I should have probably done that to make sure we actually had 32 megabytes. Good point. Let's go back to Finder real quick. There we go. 32,768. Oh. Hold on. Good point. I don't have a battery installed. So it did not keep the mode 32 setting. I'm glad you said something there. Thank you. So let's go back to control panel. Or it didn't save the 32-bit addressing setting. So we were about to run a memory test on like 4 megabytes of memory. 32-bit addressing on. Good catch. Oh, thank you, David Starbuck, $9.99 super chat. Thanks for the stream. All right, I'm glad I could stream. In fact, actually, it looks like I'll actually what I'm going to do so that it's at the top of my recently added. Oh, actually, why don't I just do this? Let me throw 2 of those in my eBay shopping cart. And then I will... Unfortunately, my phone is slightly consumed by Droid Cam right now. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, no, I'm not signed into PayPal on this computer. Slight, Oh, David Starbucks says, for the stream, yes. I had my decoder ring on. I figured that's what you meant, and autocorrect incorrected it for you. There we go. All right, we have 32 megabytes of memory. And, yep, system software is a more reasonable, like, 2 to 2.5. All right, now we can run Snooper, and Snooper will be able to test all the extra memory. All right. So I guess the moral of the story is, if you have an SE30, don't rely on the Snooper emergency disk for memory testing. It looks like everything else is fine, but it looks like it's not, the memory test is not compatible, so. Harder Hacker says, let the snooping begin. Yes. Anyways, I will get some of those memory modules on order so that we can throw them in this Mac and leave them there. Because the Snooper emergency disk is hot garbage. Actually, there are Macs it works on. So, Mac Plus, it works fine on it. I've not seen this problem on the Mac Plus. I think the Mac 2 CI, I think it might work on too. Or LCs. I think it works fine on the LC. I bet the problem is 32-bit clean or dirty. Yeah, it's hot garbage in an SE30. I bet, and we'll put this to the test when I get the ROM sim from Dave. I bet if I put a 32-bit clean ROM sim in this Mac and then run the Snooper emergency disk, I suspect Snooper might actually work. I bet the memory test might actually work. Now, will it be able to see all 32 megabytes if you've got more than 8? Probably not, because you'll probably run into the fact that you can't turn on 32-bit addressing in the Snooper emergency disk. But I bet the memory test will pass because the ROM is 32-bit clean. Because I've used it on LCs that have 10 megabytes of RAM with no problem, but their ROMs are 32-bit clean. I'm pretty sure I've used it on a 2CI, but its ROM's 32-bit clean. The Mac Plus, it doesn't matter because it only supports 4 megabytes. So it's not like Snooper's going to be able to try to address more than that anyways. And again, I think I've run it on the SE just fine. Again, it only goes up to 4 megabytes. So I'm thinking the problem might be the Snooper emergency disk might assume too much when it comes to it might be the 32-bit clean dirty ROMs. Now, I could be totally wrong, and maybe there's just simply a bug when it runs on the SE30, and it might still fail. But we'll put that to the test when I get the ROM sim from Dave. As for the memory, I don't think we have to worry. Yeah, we'll put it to the test, because if the Snooper emergency disk really does have problems, then probably would be good to document it. I'll probably start a Tinker Different thread or something. I'll put it somewhere where people would actually be able to find it, so that if someone stumbles in the same problem, then if they search the web, they'll actually find something. Yep, we're on that pattern that we were having trouble with. Oh, thank you, Dave. Excellent. And look at that. Look at that. I'm pointing at my OBS screen. Yeah, look at that. The memory test passed. 32 megabytes of RAM. I think this SE30... Yeah, it might be, it might have to go in the soapbox, because it might turn into a complaint session about how bad Snooper actually can be. But anyways, there we go. SE30 logic board. Reflowed the Sims, because, I mean, the solder did look a bit oxidized. So, reflowed the Sims. didn't have to do anything. Well, I mean, I guess I did deoxit the sockets and whatnot, so they're pretty clean. And it works. I mean, quite honestly, I would have liked to have. I guess when I have repair streams, I like to repair things. But I guess this is the even better outcome in that I didn't have to try to actually repair it. It just took some. Yeah, it just took some checking things and then realizing what it was doing to realize that maybe we had a. You know what my clue should have been? My clue should have been address bit 23. I just realized when I looked at what the difference between 4 and 16 megabytes was, that should have been my clue, because address bit 23 is the 24th bit. That should have been if I had followed through my statement. I mean, luckily, I eventually got to what the problem might be. I just didn't, I guess, click quite as quickly in that by saying that address bit 23 was one of the ones that could have been faulty, probably because it wasn't address bit 24 and I wasn't thinking a 32-bit clean. That probably should have been the clue that it might not be hardware, it might be software, or in this case, firmware. If you want to get technical, 32-bit dirty ROMs. Yep. Anyways, I'm glad we came to the conclusion before I risked surface mount pads and trying to swap a MUX chip that really wasn't defective. This SE30 is, I am quite honestly, I mean, I know the year is not, okay, we're in July, so we've had 6 months of the year, and there's still, I guess, 6 months minus a couple days left in the year. So it might be pretty bold for me to claim this, but I'm thinking my SE30 might be my best eBay purchase of the year. Yep, I just said it. It might be my best eBay purchase of the year. I'm trying to scroll back in my purchase history to remember how much I paid for it. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, alright. I can't pull up the auction listing to show you the original photos because it's been more than 90 days, so eBay's deleted the listing. Yeah, it was $150 plus, like, I think it would have been $50 shipping and then tax, because eBay's telling me the total was $207.93. So yeah, I think it was $150 plus $50 shipping and then sales tax. That would be right about right. So George says, my best purchases are those. I don't remember how much I paid either. So anyways, I think if I had to rank my eBay purchases for the year, this SE30, okay, don't be fooled by the fact I'm using the SE chassis for testing right now. The SE30, I think, might be my best purchase of the year, just because I got a great price. I did my homework on what the seller, on the symptoms the seller said was happening. And it turns out most of that homework wasn't needed because I think it might... Actually, you know, I removed the caps, put it through the ultrasonic cleaner, and the symptoms were gone. So, yeah. I was fully prepared to have to change, like, video RAM chips or possibly even reprogram a PAL or something. Replace one of the buffer chips in the I guess the row between one of the axial caps and the video memory. Totally was thinking, okay, the problem's there. I got a broken trace because of a leaky cap. Something totally fixable, and it just was an ultrasonic cleaning, I think, is really what fixed it. So, yeah. So, anyways, I had some other good purchases from eBay. I've also had some bad purchases from eBay, but I'm like, yeah, this might be my best purchase of the year. So, let's see here. Thursday. Okay, so I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'm actually going to YouTube and verifying that I actually set the correct date for my Thursday stream. Because as much as I would like to stream 3 times a week, I do have stuff I need to do midweek. And tomorrow, after the sun goes down, I would like to try to do some work on the spot where the roosters need to go, tamping down the dirt so that I can then put the weed fabric down and then the gravel. I like to do that after the sun goes down, which means I can't stream tomorrow, much as fun as it would be. Does look like I set the correct date, so, alright, no accidental stream tomorrow. Thursday, I have not decided the topic yet. I am leaning towards taking a look at the Apple IIe that I got from Tom Barber, as well as an Apple IIc that I bought from eBay. I am leaning towards that. The other Mac might wait till next week. Jesse says my iPad made it with 2% remaining. Awesome. Yeah, the other Mac might wait till next week because I was trying to think. There is something that I am waiting for. Oh, yeah. That's right. If FedEx actually delivers my package tomorrow, as I suspect they will, I'm actually going to track it. Oh, it's still saying it's on the way. Scanned at 3:52 a.m. Monday. Okay, hopefully it goes out for delivery tomorrow. I will start to get worried if it's not out for delivery Wednesday. If it arrives before Thursday, we'll look at the Apple IIc and the Apple IIe. Unless, and this is why I haven't set the topic yet, unless I get my the Console 5 order I placed this weekend and the Mauser order I placed this morning. I don't know if Mauser shipped my order yet. I guess I could stop DroidCam at this point and see if I have a shipment email. Because if they didn't ship my order today, then my fallback plan probably has no chance of working. They have not shipped my order yet. They haven't shipped it yet. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, if they... Oh, Mauser... Okay, this is the other reason why I usually order from Mauser instead of DigiKey. I don't know what DigiKey does. But a lot of times, if Mauser doesn't actually ship your order the day they say they will, like if you meet their order deadline and they don't ship it for whatever reason, and it might simply be they decide maybe because you're a smaller customer, so they bump you a day or whatever, or maybe it just took them longer to pick than. I mean, there were 50 line items on this Mauser order. It might have taken them a while to pick it, but whatever the reason, if Mauser doesn't ship it on the day they say they will when you place the order, like if you haven't missed their deadline, then oftentimes if they ship it the next day, they'll bump it +1 shipping option. So if Mauser ships the order tomorrow, it will probably go 2-day because I picked ground, which means I probably will get it Thursday. And I think I picked priority mail for console 5, so I will probably have it by Thursday. So the backup stream option, yeah, that's my long and windy way of saying, if I get all the caps I need, instead of looking at the Apple products, we are going to look at the Atari 1040 ST and try recapping the power supply and see if it works. Because, yeah, I am really curious about it, and I feel bad that I powered it up and the cap went blah. In fact, actually, I haven't gone back to watch the stream when I powered it up to see if by chance it picked up the audio accurately, but that is about what it sounded like. Blah. I mean, it did have a little note of more of a capacitor blowout sound, but it kind of was a blah. And then it smelled fishy, too, so, like, yeah. I would kind of like to see if it works. So, if the capacitors are going to be in by Thursday, we're looking at the Atari. If not, we're looking at Apple's. So if it stays TBD, then you'll know why. But anyways, with that, I do have to work. Do have to go to work later this morning because it is past midnight. So I am going to go ahead in the stream. Oh yeah, notice I finally remembered to put one of my stickers on my microphone. I kind of need to put it. I think I need to put another one on, like, slightly. Oh, actually, yeah, I may need to put another one on and move it over slightly so it's more in frame all the time. But whatever. Oh yeah, Goodwill auctions. Most everything I haven't bought much from Goodwill auctions, but I wasn't impressed with most of what I bought. It's been years since I ordered from them, though. Actually, someday I should actually do a slightly off-topic stream, because I did buy something from Goodwill online once, and it actually is kind of neat. It is Casio's first digital keyboard. I'll have to look it up. Anyway, I mean, it's not like their very first digital keyboard. I'm sure it's a higher serial number than that, but it's like the first model of digital keyboards they ever sold, and it is actually quite neat. I have opened it up, and there are a lot of parts inside of it, and I might have to stream that sometime, even though I can't play the keyboard, because it is quite neat. David Starbucks says, I grabbed PC parts from Goodwill, put them together, and give them back to Goodwill to sell. Meanwhile, the Goodwill employee that puts PC parts out to sell gets your assembled PC, says, wow, these look strangely familiar, disassembles them, and puts them on the shelf for people to buy to put together. Ha ha ha. All right, but anyway, by the way, that digital keyboard's not MIDI, but it's still neat. Anyways, with that, I think it's about time to let the dinosaur and I get some sleep, because the dinosaur's got a big day planned for tomorrow. He's got to scare all the computer thieves away, and well, I got to go to work and do work stuff. So, anyways. Glad you all joined me tonight. Yeah, thanks for the coffee tips and the super chats. I will get some of that memory on order for my SE30. And I will remember to shut my SE30 down properly, because it is still running Snooper. So we are running great. Hardware Hacker says, nah, the dinosaur is going to hide all your tools overnight. Yeah, probably. He likes to do that. He's a troublemaker. He just wants you to think he's not a troublemaker because he's got those short arms, but you know he's a troublemaker. Yeah, take care, GeoHam. So anyways, glad you all joined me. Had great comments in the chat. I'm glad I didn't bore everyone to death while doing multimeter probing on the SE30. I'm glad I didn't unnecessarily replace parts. So now I have spare parts for a Mac where they actually are bad. And yeah, we'll look at that second Mac I wanted to look at tonight. We'll probably look at it next week. Anyways, yeah, with that, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. I hope to see you here next time. Make sure you smash that like button so the YouTube algorithm knows you like content like this. Subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next live stream. Jesse says, short legs do not mean innocent. Let me guess, corgi? Yep. And with that, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Take care and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.